Okay, we're good, Madam Chair.
Okay, good morning. The hearing board is now in session. Today is Wednesday, December 9th, 2020. The time is 9:00 a.m. We are meeting remotely via Zoom due to the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in place in the state of California. We have one matter on the calendar today, and that is AQMD versus Chiquita Canyon Landfill LLC and Chiquita Canyon Inc., case number 6177-1 for a stipulated order for abatement. I'm Julie Prusak, chair of the hearing board and its legal member. Also present on the Zoom hearing are Mr. Mohan Balagopalan, vice chair and engineer member. Also former state senator, Honorable Nate Holden, one of our two public members. Dr. Alan Bernstein, our medical member. And finally, Ms. Cynthia Verdugo Peralta, former governing board member and our other public member. Who is representing the executive officer today?
Morning, Madam Chair. Catherine Roberts, along with my co-counsel Mary Reichert, on behalf of the executive officer.
Good morning. And who is representing Chiquita Canyon this morning?
Good morning, Madam Chair. That would be me, Jacob Dujinski. And also we have our witness, Steve Casullo, district manager at Chiquita, as well as John Perky, associate general counsel and director of compliance at Waste Connections.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, do you need the spelling of Mr. Dujinski's name? Yes. Can you spell your name for the record, Mr. Dujinski?
Absolutely. So my first name is Jacob. Last name Dujinski, Dugginski.
Thank you very much. Now, before we begin, there are many members of the affected public who are present at today's remote hearing, a number of whom may wish to be heard today. Also, I know there are a great deal of people who are watching today's webcast as well. So I think it's important to give you all an idea of what the hearing board is, what our procedure will be for today, and how you can play a role in our hearing and decision making. First, this board is independent of the district. Our members are appointed by the governing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, but we function independently. Also, our hearing will likely be very different from any other hearing you have attended or may have attended with regard to the landfill or otherwise, because we function like a court of law. Our role is to collect evidence in the form of documents and testimony from witnesses, and we make legal findings. All of our witnesses, including any members of the public who may wish to be heard today, must be sworn in. Our procedure for today is going to be as follows. First, we're going to hear opening statements from each of the parties. The board will then hear from witnesses for the district who will be questioned directly, cross-examined by opposing counsel, and then questioned by the hearing board. We will then hear from witnesses for Chiquita Canyon in the same manner. When that is completed, we will then entertain public testimony. There will be a time limitation for each speaker, depending on the time that is remaining for the day and considering the time that we will need for the board to deliberate and make its decision. We will publicly deliberate here on this Zoom hearing, and we will publicly make a decision and vote. Just as important as our format for today's hearing is what is being requested today, our jurisdiction for today's hearing, and what findings we as a hearing board need to make today. The South Coast AQMD has filed a petition requesting that this board grant a stipulated order for abatement. This is an order that would require Chiquita Canyon to comply with conditions that are intended to reduce odors in the surrounding community. The parties have agreed to these conditions, and because of that, this board does not need to actually make a finding that Chiquita Canyon is violating any rules of the district, and in particular, whether it is creating a nuisance. We need only make one finding today, and that is that there is good cause and sufficient evidence to adopt the proposed stipulated order. If you intend to address the board today, the most relevant evidence you can provide is your own firsthand experience with odors from the landfill, including complaints you may have made and how odors have affected you. Also, you may wish to comment on the conditions of the proposed order. And in a moment, I'm going to show you a slide I put together today on how to access the proposed order. Only relevant evidence can ultimately be considered by the board in our decision-making. Now, before we begin, I want to review some guidelines and general instructions for the hearing. We have two formats for participation: the Zoom web application as well as teleconference. During this meeting, all participants on Zoom, except for the board members, South Coast AQMD staff, council, and witnesses for Chiquita Canyon Landfill, will be placed on mute by the host. That means that you will not be able to mute or unmute your microphone manually. For those on Zoom, if you would like to make a public comment on the Zoom screen, please click the raise hand button. This will signal to the host that you would like to provide public comment, and you will be added to the list. If you are using Zoom on your smartphone, please tap the raise hand button on the bottom of the screen. For those calling in using the phone line only, you can dial *9 on your keypad to signal that you would like to comment. Please do that now so that the clerk's office can begin to create a list in order, and we can determine how many minutes to give each speaker at the end of the hearing. When we are ready to take public comment towards the end of the hearing, your name will be called when it is your turn to comment, and the host will unmute your line automatically. Again, speakers, we intend to give 3 minutes unless there are too many speakers and too little time, in which case we will have to reduce that time, and we'll make that decision towards the end of the hearing. We will let you know. Any public officials who may wish to speak today will be given 5 minutes. A countdown timer will be displayed on the screen for each public comment. Finally, the board normally takes a lunch recess around 11:30 a.m., and then we will adjourn around 4:00 p.m. today. I would like now to share my screen so that I can show, oh, sorry, before I do that, Senator, you wish to add?
Right, I did not receive a stipulated order.
The board received the stipulated order on Friday, and yesterday I made an announcement to the board members to please check your email. We all received it on Friday. So please, Senator, while I put up on Find Now how the public can access it, you can please take a moment to look in your email. You will have it from Friday, December 4th.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen on how the public can find it. Find the document. Yes, here it is. Okay. Okay, hopefully everyone can see this. Okay, how to access the proposed stipulated order for abatement. Please go to the district's website at www.aqmd.gov. At the top, access the Find feature. It's a pull-down bar. Choose Start Searching in Find once you get there. Under the search type, select Hearing Board Case once you get to the Find feature. Input the case number. This is important. This is what you need to know. So if you need to write it down, please do so. 6177-1. 6177-1. That is the case number for today. Then select Documents. It's a tab at the very bottom. Press that. Once you're in there, press the Hearing Board tab, also towards the bottom. And then once you're in there, all of the relevant documents will be available. You find the proposed stipulated order for abatement. Okay, and I'm going to stop the share now. Okay, hopefully that will allow everyone to access, and I'll do that again. And I'll also announce how you can raise your hand and let the board know that you wish to comment today before lunch, the lunch break. Okay, so with all of that, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everyone who wishes to testify today, that includes all witnesses both for the district and Chiquita Canyon, as well as any member of the public who knows already that they wish to be heard today. I know we can't see you on camera, but if everyone who is on camera and everyone else can please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please indicate, just shake your head or say yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to begin. First, just want to make sure, Senator, did you receive the stipulated order?
Searching, carry on.
Okay. Okay, let's begin. Ms. Roberts or Ms. Reichart, whoever would like to deliver the opening statement for the district.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The petition that is being heard today is to consider a stipulated order for abatement against the respondent, Chiquita Canyon LLC. The respondent operates the Chiquita Canyon Landfill, which is a solid waste disposal facility in unincorporated Los Angeles County. The district alleges in its petition that the operation of this landfill has and is causing a public odor nuisance in violation of California Health and Safety Code, Section 41700 and District Rule 402. Both of these sections prohibit the discharge of any air contaminant in any quantities which cause detriment, nuisance, annoyance, or injury to any considerable number of persons or to the public. The South Coast AQMD enforces this rule primarily by responding to complaints received from members of the public. When it receives public complaints, the districts will send inspectors to respond and independently assess and verify the alleged complaint, as well as to determine the source of the complaint of emissions. When a significant number of complaints are verified and a confirmed source is determined on a single day, this will constitute a violation of District Rule 402 and Section 41700. In this matter, South Coast AQMD has received hundreds of complaints, almost entirely from individuals in the residential community known as Val Verde, which is situated approximately 1/2 mile to the northwest of the Chiquita Canyon landfill. As you'll hear in testimony today, South Coast AQMD received and investigated these complaints and has verified that there are trash odors being emitted in this community, and has confirmed that the Chiquita Canyon landfill is the source of these odors on several different occasions. Since July of this year, the district has issued a total of 18 notices of violation, all for public nuisance violations of those sections mentioned above, against respondents for their operation of the Chiquita Canyon landfill. The district does continue to receive complaints from their public. The district does continue to respond and investigate to those to complaints received, and has continued to verify the Chiquita Canyon landfill as a source. However, following the receipt of the first notice of violation, the respondent in this matter did begin taking measures on a voluntary basis to attempt to reduce potential odors that may be coming from the landfill. The measures taken by the respondent on a voluntary basis included things like adding fans and the application of odor neutralizers, as well as looking at operational changes to their landfill, such as limiting the size of the working face of the landfill when informed by district staff that complaints were being received on a given day. The district also began working with the respondent to attempt to resolve these notices of violation through a mutually agreed upon approach. And the result of that work is why the parties are here today seeking a stipulated order. This stipulated order has been agreed to by both parties, and it would impose a series of conditions to mitigate potential odors and further the ability of the parties to understand potential causes of odors from this source, and in that instance, take additional actions in the future if necessary to further mitigate any odors that may be coming from this facility. In substance, this proposed order involves 4 types of actions. The first is that the proposed order will codify the voluntary mitigation measures that the respondent has already been undertaking since first receiving the notices of violation to ensure that there is continued action and no backsliding of measures that have already been implemented. Second, the proposed conditions today will add new and additional measures that the parties have been working diligently on and have determined can be feasibly and reasonably implemented that are likely to mitigate any potential odors. Third, these proposed conditions will require the retention of an outside expert. That expert will be tasked to provide both a comprehensive assessment of the landfill in situation and its operation, but also come up with comprehensive recommendations of possible further measures that would reduce potential odors from the facility's operation. Last, and certainly not least, the proposed conditions would also establish regular monitoring in the community for odors, and it would increase the inspection and maintenance at the facility, along with regular reporting. And importantly, those reporting measures will be submitted not only to the district, but will also be posted publicly to ensure that there's transparency and accessibility to the public to understand both the continued progress and any remaining areas of concern as we go through this process to ensure that the causes of any potential odors are remediated. Overall, this proposed order that has been agreed to by the parties will both provide immediate measures and it will provide sufficient information going forward. And for those reasons, there is good cause to issue the order as stipulated to by the parties. For the hearing this morning, the district will call Mr. Lawrence Israel, who is with our Compliance and Enforcement Division at the district, and he will provide testimony regarding the public complaints, the investigation, the findings, as well as discussing several of the measures that are included in this proposed order. Also available for testimony this morning, should the hearing board have specific questions, is Ms. Monica Fernandez-Nield, who is with our engineering and permitting group at the district. And lastly, before I conclude, I do want to have a brief note based on the order of this hearing. Although the district will go first in its presentation, Mr. Israel's testimony will focus primarily on compliance and questions relating to the operation of the landfill, which are relevant, are better directed to the respondent's witness, who's in a better position to answer those questions.
So it's your feeling, Ms. Roberts, that we should begin with the district or we should begin with Chiquita?
I think it's appropriate that we can begin with the district, but we would note that there likely will be questions about some of the operational specifics of this landfill, but the respondent's witness is going to be in a better position to address those rather than the district's witness.
Okay, so the hearing board will take note of that if we have specific questions regarding the operations at the landfill, we will hold those for Chiquita witnesses.
Thank you.
Does that complete your opening?
That concludes my opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jujinski, your opening, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I can't agree more with some of the things that Ms. Roberts just elucidated in her opening statement. And I would like to emphasize that the proposed stipulated order before you today is just that. It's the result of months of work between AQMD staff and Chiquita to address any potential odor issues that could be occurring at the Chiquita Canyon landfill. Now, Chiquita Canyon, for its part, is a vital piece of Los Angeles County and Southern California solid waste infrastructure. It's been operating for nearly 5 decades as a landfill, and it's the second largest in Los Angeles County and takes more than 20% of the county's waste. It's truly vital. It does this all while maintaining a stellar compliance record, especially in comparison to other landfills that operate within the county. And Chiquita very much values its role as a good community neighbor and community partner. It has taken significant steps to address any potential odor issues and concerns from the community and from AQMD. Now, as Ms. Roberts just described, you're going to hear testimony this morning from Mr. Israel, who will describe the NOVs that Chiquita has received. But you're also going to hear testimony from Mr. Steve Casulo. He'll explain that these NOVs are truly an outlier for compliance at Chiquita. Mr. Casulo will also describe the routine practices that Chiquita Canyon landfill regularly employs to reduce odors. Chiquita's record of compliance demonstrates that these practices are effective. And as you will hear, between July and September of this year, Chiquita did receive, as Ms. Roberts described, 18 notices of violation. But while Chiquita does not have sufficient information to determine that it is the source of these odors, it took direct and immediate action to address these concerns. Mr. Casullo will describe some of the things that Chiquita Canyon Landfill did in response to these NOVs. It did include things like fans and misting systems, as Ms. Roberts described, as well as a reduction in the size of the working face of the landfill, as well as conducting odor patrols out in the community to see if it could identify any further odor issues. Now, throughout this entire process, Chiquita worked intimately with AQMD as well as its other regulators. Mr. Casullo's testimony will describe the productive working relationship with AQMD and Chiquita. Mr. Casullo will also explain the conditions contained within the proposed order and why these conditions will work to help reduce and mitigate any potential odor issues coming from the landfill. And as Madam Chair described, I would also like to remind the board that whether Chiquita had violated any South Coast or Health and Safety Code rules is not at issue here today. It is not a required finding in order to adopt the proposed order, and we're not asking that any such finding be made. And Chiquita does not admit any liability or guilt in this proceeding. As the testimony will bear out, Chiquita strives to be a good neighbor, strives to foster good working relationships with its community and its regulators. Knowing that the community in the South Coast have concerns over potential odors at the landfill prompted Chiquita to take such swift and immediate actions to resolve those issues. The proposed order, along with the proposed findings and decision that are before you today, are a memorialization of Chiquita's commitment to its community. We respectfully request that the board adopt the order.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Roberts, we're going to start. I suppose you're going to introduce Mr. Israel.
Yes. Morning, Mr. Israel. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Lawrence B. Israel, L-A-U-R-A-N-C-E, Israel, I-S-R-A-E-L.
Thank you. And Mr. Israel, did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me what is your position with the district?
I'm an Air Quality Inspector 3 in the Compliance and Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been employed in that position?
33 and a half years.
And from your work with the district in that position, are you familiar with the respondent's Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the proposed findings and decision that have been submitted to the hearing board today?
yes, I am.
And if I can, Madam Chair, I don't know if that has been entered into evidence, but hopefully without objection, the petitioner would submit that those proposed findings be marked as an exhibit and entered into evidence.
Oh, I haven't marked them. That would be a first. Do they need to be in evidence, the proposed findings? Are they the findings?
Well, they are the findings, but some of the conditions I think are relevant to be discussed as part of the hearing. But if
I'll mark them. I don't know if they should go into evidence, but I will mark them as it's for the district. So exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Israel, you're also familiar with the petition that the district has filed in this matter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the petition alleges a series of complaints and investigations done as a result of those complaints received. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you been involved in the investigation of any of those complaints?
Yes.
Okay. I want to walk through what those complaints are, how that process kind of works, and hopefully you can talk us through what exactly that process looks like. So when a member of the public wants to complain of an odor, there is a public number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what happens when a member of the public calls that number, that 1-800-CUT-SMOG number? What happens if they want to record a complaint?
Well, once the complaint is received and logged, It's assigned to the specific group that that particular source is involved in. For example, a refinery complaint would go to the refinery group, and landfill odor complaints would be assigned to the air toxics group, which is the group that I work with. And the supervisor would dispatch the complaint to the assigned inspector. And so, for example, Chiquita Canyon Landfill is my assigned area. So I'm typically assigned those complaints.
Okay. And so when you receive a complaint from alleging Chiquita Canyon Landfill as the alleged source, what are the steps that you go through to either investigate or verify that complaint?
Well, once the complaint is assigned to me, I may not be in the area, or I would immediately proceed to that area. And if we've gotten one complaint, I will typically respond directly to the complainant's location, residence, and attempt to verify the odors that they're complaining about. And then I would try to trace the odors back to the source that's identified. And since I'm very familiar with this area, I have typically a set way in which I proceed and do odor surveillance. But that's how I would start with the investigation.
So looking at just the calendar year 2020, would you say there was an increase to the district of complaints that were being received against Chiquita Canyon Landfill specifically?
Yes.
And when did that increase in terms of number of complaints start rising for the district?
We saw an elevation of odor complaints towards the beginning of the summer. I believe it was probably around the beginning of June that we really started to see an increase in odor complaints.
And speaking in general terms, where were most of those complaints coming from?
Specifically as far as community or street locations?
So specifically in terms of a community.
They were all from the Valverde residential community.
Okay. So I'm going to attempt, and hopefully this will work, it worked in practice, to screen share and show a map of this area. Let's see. So hopefully, are you able to see this map on the screen, Mr. Israel?
Yes, I am. Yes.
And have you ever seen this map before?
Yes.
And can you describe briefly, what is this map specifically showing? Let's start with this red mark towards the center of the screen. That's a pin.
That's the location of Chiquita Canyon Landfill. And it looks like that is likely the location of the working face at that time. But that is the landfill itself.
Okay. And so looking just north of that, there's an orange box on this map. What is that location in that orange box generally?
Well, that's the residential community of Valverde for the most part.
And
but
so when you
area, but that's Valverde.
Okay. So you said you are fairly familiar with this general area and have been out there before. Approximately how far is this community in general from the landfill itself?
From the footprint of the landfill, the property line, it would be less than a mile, perhaps is less than half a mile to the northwest.
Okay. And is that directional drive of about a half mile, what are some of the impacts that would change how you would detect an odor from that landfill all the way a half mile or up to even a mile away in that residential community?
Well, the landfill is located in a canyon and partially surrounded by a mountain. And the Valverde residential community is in a valley. A A lot of the residents are in the lower part of the valley, and some of the residents are in the upper part of the valley, but it extends quite a ways off to the northwest along San Martinez Road, and then to the northeast along Del Val Road. But it's mostly a valley area, low-lying valley area.
Okay. And so looking back to when you said complaints that the district has received started kind of going up noticeably against Chiquita Canyon in the early summer, so late May to early June, is that right?
That's correct.
And most of them were from this residential community of Val Verde, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you go to investigate in this community of Val Verde, do you go solely to the specific house that was that the complainant may reside at?
Well, when you're, yeah, that is correct. When you're investigating an odor complaint, I would always go to the location of the complainant as part of my investigation.
Did your investigations ever include other stops other than specific complained of addresses?
Correct, it does. I would canvass the surrounding area, upwind and downwind from the alleged source. And so I wouldn't stick to just one route. There's other routes that I would take.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll down to this second map, which is a blow up of what was inside that orange circle on the first map. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just to orient ourselves, the landfill is located just off the screen of this map in the direction of that red arrow. Is that correct?
Correct, in the lower right.
So when you say you canvass around the area, is this zoomed in area of Val Verde indicate several of the areas that you would typically stop at if you were investigating a complaint?
Correct.
And when you investigate a complaint, do you go to both downwind sources and potential upwind sources of the alleged source?
Yes.
Okay, and from your investigations over the course of May and June and into the later summer months, were you able to verify any of these complaints?
Yes.
And so what does it mean when we say you verified a complaint?
Well, you would arrive at the complainant's location and I would detect an odor. And being familiar with the landfill operation, I know what landfill odors smell like. So I would detect an odor there and then make every effort to trace that odor back to the source, which would be Chiquita Canyon landfill, which would allow me to enter the site, drive around the property, and try to detect similar identical odors. That would be a confirmation.
And so I've noted previously that there were several hundred complaints that have been received against Chiquita Canyon throughout the course of this calendar year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But I also noted that there were only 18 notices of violation for a public nuisance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So why would, if you could briefly explain, why would we receive several hundred complaints, but that not equal several hundred notices of violation? What is the threshold for issuing a notice of violation?
From South Coast Air Quality Management District's compliance purposes for enforcement of Rule 402, a minimum of 6 verified odor complaints is required.
And do those 6 all have to occur on the same day to constitute for a notice of violation?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say there's been 18 notices of violation as part of this matter, that means on 18 separate days, we've gotten at least 6 complaints that have all been verified. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But there may have been additional days where additional complaints were received and verified. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about our proposed order. And once we've verified these complaints, you noted that these are primarily coming from the landfill as a confirmed source. What are the types of odors? What is the description of odor that we're receiving in complaints and that you're able to verify?
The most common odor complaint that I verified is fresh trash odors, which I've been able to trace back from the community to the location of the working face at Chiquita Canyon Landfill. Other types of odors that I've noted are wood waste and green waste type of odors, which the landfill uses as alternative daily cover on their slopes. And there are times where that odor is also detected in the community. But primary odors that have driven the public nuisance violations that I've investigated have been fresh trash odors from the working phase.
And so when you're investigating and you've confirmed that there are in fact odors in the community, does your investigation include going to the landfill itself?
Yes, every time.
And have you ever discussed the odors with anyone at the landfill?
Yes.
And when you discuss odors with staff at the landfill, have they ever responded with, how have they responded?
Well, the landfill has been very upfront and transparent with me as far as the types of mitigation measures they're taking to better control the odors. So I would typically meet with or speak to the assistant district manager, which is the assistant of Mr. Cusulo, Michael Hearns, and we would discuss the type of odors, wind patterns at that time, approximate locations, intensity. So this is very typical during my investigation that I would do that, interface with them.
And as you discussed with them and they discussed potential mitigation measures, were you aware that they actually took any mitigation measures as a result of hearing that there were complaints in the community that are getting verified from you?
Yes.
Okay. So the next thing I do want to mention, you mentioned wind patterns and you talked generally that this is a canyon landfill and that the affected community is primarily in a valley. How would you characterize wind as impacting some of these potential odors that are coming from the landfill?
Well, I've detected odors in the community basically during conditions of very low wind, generally from the south, southeast, which would make the landfill obviously upwind, community being northeast, northwest. And in the low periods of wind, it's been fairly easier to detect these odors. It seems that this valley is more of a stream bed that's down gradient, and the wind seems to follow along that area, or the odors, I should say. So generally, when I verified odors, it's been under fairly low wind conditions or no wind conditions at all. And most of the complainants have been in the approximate vicinity of this stream bed and this part of the valley, this low valley.
So over the course of the summer months, starting in May and continuing through to October and November, have you noticed that there's changes seasonally in wind patterns in this area when you go out to investigate?
Typically, virtually all the times that I've been able to verify a public nuisance, the wind has either been from the south or there's been calm wind conditions. Of late, starting in October, the winds are more from the north, or when there are wind conditions, they're more than a few miles per hour. So I have not been detecting as many odors, and we haven't been receiving as much odor complaints as we certainly did from the first part of summer through the summer. Wind conditions typically with Santa Ana's are from the north. That would make the community upwind from the landfill. And we don't receive complaints on windy days. At least my experience has been this past year. That's not been the case, but that has been the case.
So in your opinion, changes in wind patterns would have a noticeable effect on whether or not a nuisance would be occurring. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, that we probably wouldn't be receiving as many odor complaints, and that certainly not resulting in any public nuisance violations.
And when you do an investigation, do you measure wind speed at either the landfill or the location of where the complaints were?
Correct, at both locations.
When you measure the wind speed, but do you do any kind of comprehensive study of the wind patterns?
No, not at all.
Okay. So the other thing I wanted to mention in terms of complaints, we've talked that there's many of them, and most of them are located in this one community. Is there any specific time of day where it's common for you to receive complaints?
The great or vast majority of odor complaints that we've received, that I've investigated, that have resulted in public nuisance have been in the early morning hours, typically between 7 and 9, 7 and 10 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know offhand if those 7 to 9 a.m. hours is prior to or after to when the landfill actually opens on a daily basis?
It's always after the landfill is started operating.
Okay. So one of the measures that we've that are included in those proposed findings are several measures that the landfill has actually already taken. And you kind of touched on this briefly, that you would discuss with a member of staff. Do you know what types of mitigation that the landfill would put in place when they heard from you that there were complaints of odors?
Well, the landfill, a lot of times what they started to do is relocate the working face the next day. They were interested in patterns of the day or the week. For example, if they were getting a lot of odor complaints the first part of the week, they would move the working face, which is presently located in cell 6, from the west side to the east side. So they were doing some movement and trying to plan for that. They had increased odor patrols in the community, and very often at times they were verifying it at the times that I would. And then at times that I was not verifying, that I was not in the area, they had verified odors. They had also brought in, which they have on site, orchard fans fitted with misters, which extracts a neutralizer to help mitigate and spray down the areas in the immediate vicinity or perimeter of the working face to help control odors. They've attempted to cover with tarps portions of the exposed refuse. And this was all done not exactly from the first violation, but it started at that time and had been continuing, that I noticed, up through the final violation that I had served in September.
So on those proposed findings and conditions, if we look at the order section of that document, it includes a number of conditions that would retain a lot of those measures that you just discussed. Is that right?
Yes.
But it also does seem like that was a little bit, as you described it, a guess and check method. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, yeah. I mean, you try certain things and you see if they're working, and if they are, you continue. The answer would be yes.
So would we agree that the district believes that there's possibly many different variables that would affect the cause of these odors?
Yes.
And does the district agree that there's probably multiple different variables that can be altered that would potentially mitigate these odors?
Yes.
So the proposed conditions lay out a series of different things, from fans, as you mentioned, odor neutralizer, but also reducing the overall size of the working face, as well as changing the alternative daily cover and doing inspection of those. Are those options that are among the variables that could reduce odors in the district's opinion?
Yes.
So is it certain that these conditions by themselves would certainly get rid of any potential odors?
No.
Does there remain new and additional information that would help determine what variables we need to look at and other potential mitigation measures that can be taken?
Yes.
And so when I look at the conditions, and specifically looking at condition number 16, which, if you have the findings in front of you, begins on page 8 and continues on to page 9, lists a series of things that can be assessed by an independent expert. Have you reviewed those asks in that condition?
Yes.
And in your opinion, are those the sort of things that might give us more information and propose additional mitigation measures that might be reasonable to impose to further mitigate odors coming from this facility?
I believe so. I think they're definitely worth pursuing at this point. I know we are only talking about a certain amount of time right now, where we've got this huge influx in the past few months of odor complaints. I guess the real thing would be to have some experts do some wind studies, do some maybe characterization studies that may have not been done before. And I think it's certainly worth a try. Whether or not this is going to be the all fix all thing, I think would be impossible to tell. We certainly don't want to see any odor complaints, certainly of the number we've been receiving. This community's been going through a lot. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to impose these type of requirements on the landfill at this time, as sort of a foundation for future mitigation measures that may be discovered that we haven't thought of at this time.
And so while this report and while this assessment that you noted would be taking place, one of the other conditions is asking the landfill to continue the sort of odor surveillance that they've done, but it actually does expand that odor surveillance a good bit. And in the first condition, which starts on the bottom of page 4 of those proposed findings and continues on to page 5, kind of lays out what that odor surveillance is. How does that odor surveillance compare to the sort of investigation that you would normally conduct when you receive a complaint from the community?
Well, the idea of that odor surveillance that's included in the order is what I would do. There are intersections, locations that I would go to routinely and conduct odors surveillance, wind readings, and it canvasses the community, especially in close proximity to where the majority of odor complaints are received. There are other areas outside of what's listed in the order that I also follow, both upwind and downwind. But for the most part, this odor surveillance in these stops at these intersections pretty much canvas and mirror the areas of where the complaints are being received and verified for these nuisance violations.
And as you discuss that, I'm going to go ahead and put that same map up again. And the first is that first map that was sort of a zoomed out look that we were looking at. And are those intersections that are discussed in condition number 1, are those highlighted on this map?
Yes.
And are those the blue pins that are included both in this orange circle and outside of this orange circle?
Yes.
And so as I scroll to look up, and these blue pins itemize each of the stops. Is that correct on this zoomed in map? Or at least 1 through 9 of these stops?
Yes.
And so do you agree that this is a reasonable canvass through the community to assess any ongoing violations or potential odors that might be occurring in this community on a day-to-day basis?
I believe it is.
And so I do want to scroll back up and look at this stop number 10, which is listed in the proposed condition at the bottom of that table. Can you describe why is that stop included if it's not actually within the Val Verde community that we've been discussing?
A number of complaints that we've received and at times verified are coming from the U.S. Post Office Postal Distribution Center, which is where stop 10 is located. And specifically, the complainants are located in the loading dock area, which is about where that blue dot is. And so we felt it was prudent to include that as a stop. For another reason too, is that's a developed commercial industrial park area. There are times where the winds are blowing from the southwest to the northeast, that being northeast of the landfill. Because we verified odors in the past there, we felt that that was an important stop to include.
Okay. And I just want to clarify that notwithstanding this proposed order that would include these regular odor surveys, does that change the way the district would investigate any complaints that it receives from the public?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Does that mean the district would no longer investigate any public complaints if it received one from the public?
No, it would not.
So this would be a kind of an additional odor survey on a regular daily basis that would be conducted, but wouldn't necessarily stop the district from continuing to investigate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I believe those are all my opening questions for Mr. Israel, and so I will turn it over to Mr. Dujinski.
Thank you. Mr. Dujinski, do you have questions for Mr. Israel?
Just a couple of follow-up questions, Mr. Israel, and just to seek a couple points of clarification. So you testified that after investigating some of the odor complaints in the neighboring Val Verde community, you communicated about these complaints to the landfill operator, either Mr. Michael Hearns, the assistant district manager, or potentially Mr. Steve Casulo. Was there often a lapse in time between when you would receive the complaint and when you would inform Chiquita that a complaint had occurred?
Well, typically I notify, there are times where I'll actually see Mr. Casulo, but more Mr. Hearns actually in the community. So when I'm verifying odors, there's almost simultaneously. But in those instances, and there's a number of those, where I complete my investigation, go to the landfill, confirm the odors there, and then notify the operator that odors have been verified in the community and received, and a public nuisance is pending or not.
And so you also testified that during some of those communications that Chiquita had discussed with you implementing mitigation measures?
Not only discussed, but those that I've seen firsthand myself.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Israel, have you been the inspector for this landfill before 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Were there in prior years or before May, June of 2020, significant complaints? I understand that there was an uptick, but were there considerable numbers of complaints before that?
Yes.
And have there been any NOVs before June of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And so as a matter of maybe, could you give some relative, either in terms of percentage or numbers of how much more the complaints went up starting in early June 2020?
Well, I don't have a specific number like I do for 2020. For 2019, There were a considerable number of complaints in 2019 and 2018 and years before that. I can't say 300, 500, not the number that we've seen this past summer, but there were quite a few number of complaints that were received and investigated.
Are you in the petition and in the proposed findings? There's an indication that the working face was moved. Are you aware of that recently or during this time period or before it, right before it? Do you know, and again, I understand that most of the operational questions we'll ask Chiquita, but do you know, was that working face moved closer to the community of Valverde?
Well, actually, the previous working face was at a higher elevation on the landfill and further back closer to the mountain that partially surrounds the landfill. The working face now, cell 6, has moved closer to the front portion of the landfill, but closer to the valley corner or where the community is located. In other words, you don't have as much of a mountain blocking the working face as you did in previous years. And so that may be one of the main reasons why we've seen this tremendous uptick in odor complaints.
I was going to ask, because we know we have seen you testify on other matters for landfills before, and you've distinguished between fresh trash and landfill gas odors. Are you also smelling landfill gas odors, or is it mostly the fresh trash?
I'm not really smelling landfill gas odors in the community, and I know which landfill you're talking about. We do get odor complaints during the evening hours. When I've responded at nighttime, I've smelled or detected more mulch or wood waste, green waste odors in the community. Not so much landfill gas. Driving around the landfill, you're going to smell landfill gas, especially if they're drilling wells or you're getting close to gas wells. Most of the odor complaints have been trash odor complaints.
And those mulch, green waste odors, that would be, in your mind, addressed by the change in daily cover to tarps, or something other than the mulch, green waste? Is that what the conditions of the order are also addressing in your mind?
No, that mulch or green waste is not used on the working face. It's used for erosion control, my understanding, and it's on slope areas. So flat areas of the working face, the bench itself, it's not used for alternative daily cover.
Okay.
But the slope areas that are covered with it, it's maintained on those slopes. It's not removed. And so that's why, that would be one reason why I would be able to smell that at nighttime, even specifically at the U.S. Postal Service for those complaints.
Okay. Also, another question about the types of smells that you may, or odors you may have detected. Also we've heard testimony, and also in the papers, I understand that neutralizers have been misted or used on the working face or around it. Have you detected the odor of, or has anyone complained about the odor of neutralizer or that smell?
There's been some complainants who are very sensitive to chemical odors, and they've reported smelling kind of a chemical or a kind of an off odor, not necessarily trash. I specifically have not detected a neutralizer odor. It's primarily been trash odors. That seems to be more prevalent for me to detect, but we have gotten some complaints, and you'll probably hear from some of those community members that they're detecting kind of a chemical odor or something that's just not natural for that location that they would typically smell, something that's added to the air that's impacting them.
Do you know the orchard fans that are being suggested or are part of the conditions of the order, do you know if that's intended to change or move wind patterns in a different direction? Or do you know what, or just to disperse odors along the lines of your testimony that it's on the non-wind days where the odors are more prevalent? You know?
Well, my understanding, the orchard fans are more, are better used when there's less wind. But I believe it's to prevent odors from leaving the working face and drifting down into the community. I think that's really one of the intentions. I mean, they'll have to explain, in more detail what their thinking is with that. But from what I've seen, it used to be where the orchard fans were on the ridge line. Now I've seen one of the big changes is that they've moved and partially surrounded the working face. And so if I'm upwind from the working face behind the orchard fans, there's been times I have not been able to detect the odors from the working face. So I think that's what their intention was, to more or less prevent something from leaving and drifting down into the community.
So in your opinion, based on what you just said, your experience has been, the orchard fans should help to disperse and remove odors from the community.
Of recent, it seems that that's been the case.
Okay. I think I had one other question, and then I'll go to my fellow board members. There's also the conditions that would require during certain times of the morning, no more than 60 or 70%, depending upon the time, of the working face to be exposed. Do you have any opinion based on any experiences you've had as to whether that will actually make a difference, especially on these non-wind days? The amount of working face if it's 60% or 70%, will that really make an impact? If you have an opinion.
We've limited working face size at other landfills that have come before the board for an order for abatement. It seems to be effective. The working face, and I'm not going to get into dynamics of size here, what's required, what isn't. It's during the course of especially the initial notices of violation, previous times we've investigated odor complaints, it's a large working face. There's a lot of refuse that's coming in, and it's spread over quite a bit of that cell. So limiting the size is a very prudent potential way of mitigating some of these odors. It is hoped. It certainly couldn't hurt.
Okay. And that's a good immediate measure that could be taken. Okay, thank you. Board members, additional questions for Mr. Israel? No other questions? Senator, you have questions? Senator, you are muted. You're muted. Just so everyone knows, I am muting all microphones if people are not directly talking, including my own, to minimize any outside sounds.
You stated that the most major complaints come in between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, are those verified complaints?
Yes.
Okay. Are you available at 4 a.m. in the morning to verify complaints?
If we receive 3 complaints.
My question is, are you available?
Yes, I would be available. Yes.
Have you received any, have you been noticed that there have been complaints between 4 and 5 a.m.?
I don't recollect any off the top, at least this year, that early in the morning.
What about at any time between 4 that early?
I can't remember any. I certainly have never responded that early in the morning, but there may have been an odor complaint in previous years. but not at the time of the issuance of these notices of violation.
Well, the landfill opens between 4 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m. They start dumping trash at 4 a.m.? Yes or no?
That's my understanding.
And what about the trucks that bring the trash to the landfill? They line up before 4 a.m., is that correct? You can say yes or no.
No, I don't know.
Well, they,
Senator Holden, I think some of these questions could be answered by responding witness.
Right, just please recall that operational issues having to do with the landfills are better directed to the landfill.
I just want to know what he knows. If he doesn't know it, then he doesn't say, I don't know. And then we can ask the question to someone else who could answer the question.
And he did say.
To answer that question, I don't know how trucks are lined up before the landfill opens at 4 in the morning. I've not observed that firsthand.
Right, but were you also an inspector at the Sunshine Canyon landfill?
Yes,
Was the time of day that the trucks line up idling, were you familiar with that as a fix?
yes.
So then if there were a problem there, you don't have to speculate. You can almost be certain of the fact that there could be the same problem at this landfill. Not that you're the one to be to correct it, of course.
Well, the only thing I would just respond that Sunshine Canyon landfill opened at 6 in the morning, several hours later. And there were considerable amount of trucks lining up outside the entrance to the landfill or in the landfill itself. But I'm not aware of that being the case at Chiquita Canyon landfill directly.
Well, since you mentioned 6 a.m. for Sunshine, I think we changed those operating hours to be tighter than that, but that's okay. You may not recall.
We did.
Pardon?
We did change those hours.
That's right, we sure did.
Yes.
Do you have the county of Los Angeles issued these conditional use permit, correct? All right. The county of Los Angeles in the petition.
Correct.
That?
Correct.
Now, these complaints that have come in that are verified, are they, to your knowledge, are they reported to the county?
I do not know that answer, sir.
Well, are we trying to gauge what we're doing here today based on the CUP issued by the county or what AQMD?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Are the conditional use permit issued by the county of LA, are they different or the same as those issued by the AQMD, if at all?
Oh, we don't issue conditional use permits. So I can't speak for anything with that, sir.
Well, to your knowledge, and your other occasions, I know you and we talked about this before, that all these violations were reported directly to the county. There's a certain committee was established for that purpose. And the supervisor's office and all the other elected officials representing these areas were participating in that committee, I believe. I can't think the name of it, but you're aware of it because I think you were involved with it also.
Yeah, the Community Action Committee, CAC, for Sunshine Canyon Landfill. Chiquita Canyon Landfill has one too. I don't actively participate in those meetings.
What hours are you available to answer a call for a problem, order problem?
24 hours a day.
Well, did you ever go out at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I've gone out at 4 o'clock in the morning for other sources, not for this one.
But not for this site.
Correct.
Well, they open at 4 a.m. So there may be some complaints when they call into the county. I mean, AQMD say, I've got a complaint, and it's at 4 a.m. in the morning. Nobody goes out to verify.
Well, we have a after-hour policy in place for responding at those hours or any time after the district's normal business hours. I'd be happy to explain that if it's what you're asking.
What's normal business hours?
Tuesday through Friday, 7 to 5:30.
7 a.m. to 5:30.
Correct.
Okay. Well, then if this landfill is operating at 4 a.m. and they have many major complaints, idling trucks not covered, then it's still a problem for the people who live in that area, and we're not administering any controls over the problems that exist or may exist at that
I
time.
can briefly interject, Senator. I don't think he testified that there was any existence of any trucks uncovered or idling at this time. And I
Trying to get to
refer to
He's
his
aware of the fix at Sunshine Canyon. He's aware that we had to cover the trucks. He's aware they were lining up a certain.
Senator, I'm going to have to stop you there, and I'm going to sustain the objection. This is not, if something is happening at a different landfill for a different matter, that is not relevant to today's matter. We are collecting evidence regarding Chiquita Canyon.
Ms. Israel was involved in correcting the problem. A previous landfill.
Mr. Israel has testified.
Madam Chair, I'm asking him whether or not he is aware of what's being done, if at all, at this landfill.
And Mr. Israel has already answered that he does not know about the truck queuing, idling, or the truck practices at Chiquita Canyon landfill. He also has testified that he is available at 4 in the morning and that there are different policies in effect for when an inspector goes out. He asked you whether you would like for him to go into those different policies, but he did not say he is not available at 4 a.m.
He said the working hours are between 7 a.m. to 5:30. I think that's what you said, Mr. Israel.
That's not what he said, but Mr. Israel may once again.
Did you say that, yes or no? You can't answer for him. Let him answer for himself.
Well, I'm available to respond to odor complaints 24 hours a day because I'm a standby inspector. We don't get a lot of odor complaints at that hour. That's how I would respond to that.
Let me ask you one pointed question. Have you ever been out there to verify a complaint at between 4 and 5 a.m.?
No.
There you are. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Balagopalan, you have a question?
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Israel.
Good morning.
I think you were, just a follow up on the Senator's question, actually, on the policy for after hours. You were going to, can you just elaborate how many number of complaints you need before you respond to after hour complaints?
Well, before COVID, we had a hot list generated compliance where if a particular source was on the hotspot list, we would respond to one odor complaint. And Chiquita Canyon landfill was on the hotspot list for a while. So I would be responding after hours, which could mean Mondays, all day Monday, all day weekends, after 5 o'clock, Tuesday through Friday, normal district work business hours. But for the most part, our policy is to respond to after hour complaints when we received 3 or more odor complaints in a 1 hour period. And that's our standing policy right now for all sources.
Now you said before COVID, so now with COVID and staff resources, what's the policy now?
It's the 3 calls in an hour.
3 calls in an hour.
Correct.
Going back to the violations over the years, I think there has been a number of violations you indicate, complaints, 2018, 19, 20. It appears there's more this year after June period, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, what is it's triggering that compared to the previous years?
Well, I think this year, what the main reason I'm seeing or investigating and verifying odor complaints is I'm out there a lot more often, whether people are complaining or not. but the location of their working face in this cell seems to be a factor as well. And in previous years, they were not located in this area. And the last uptick of odor complaints last year, which resulted in nuisance violations, they were in a different location, further up and back in the landfill itself.
Were they also using at that time the daily cover, the green waste and so forth previously?
Well, again, their daily cover is tarping for the refuse. The alternative daily cover in recent years, mostly the green waste and wood waste, is on the slope areas. So it's not really covering over the trash.
So they use tarp. So do they pull back the tarp when they get fresh waste coming in?
Correct, at the beginning of each working day, but they can explain it better, but that's
Okay.
standing.
Have you noticed increased odors during that period when they're pulling back the tarp?
Well, I don't know exactly what time they pull back the tarp because we're not really getting odor complaints till after 7 in the morning. So if they open at 4, without actually directly observing that, I would surmise that pulling back of the tarp would occur at the earlier hour rather than later.
So their practice now for the alternative daily cover is the green waste and wood waste. Is that correct?
For the slope areas, correct.
And is that something that was approved by the county or public health, or do they have to go through an approval process to use the different type of covers and so forth? Am I correct?
Well, I would say they do, but it's not something that I'm as familiar with.
Okay.
Comment on who approves that.
Are you familiar with other alternative daily covers that have worked better?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, one of the conditions in the order for abatement was the use of Enviro cover, and we've seen it in use at another landfill. Senator Holden correctly identified Sunshine Canyon landfill. So there is another type of cover that we feel has been effective. Certainly worth a try here, but that would be the Enviro cover.
And that is, you're referring to condition number 12 under landfill cover, is that in the order? Where they they have to go to the county first and request authorization to use that. And then once they get approval, they got to start using if they get approval, you start using the Enviro cover.
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. What about posse shell? Do you have any experience with that?
The only place I've experienced with that is at Sunshine Canyon landfill. And the posi shell there is used on the slope areas more for landfill gas control that are not part of the working phase. So these are areas that have been filled and covered and gas wells are installed at that point. So the focus there was more on emissions of landfill gas. Not necessarily trash, because it's not in the vicinity or not directly on the working phase.
Okay. Are you aware of other best practices that has been implemented at other landfill that is not in the order?
Well, primarily with Sunshine Canyon landfill. I mean, that landfill's issues are a little bit different because they have a lot of water intrusion. So they have gabion cubes that were installed to draw moisture from the wells or from the refuse areas as it's being, the cells are being filled with trash. It's a different animal altogether there with respect to that. And our issues there have been primarily landfill gas because a lot of the complaints came in during the evening hours. So, but that seemed to work. And certainly mitigating those. Other odors, it didn't. So I can't speak for something that's a cure-all. This is this is a good start here, and we certainly hope it'll offer the relief that the community deserves.
Coming back to the complaints, have you or anybody at South Coast AQMD conducted analysis of the complaints, looking at the complaints, the time of day, the day of week, and and the type of odors, and characterize those?
Well, I'm aware that we've done that, but I can't speak as an expert in that. I was not involved in that. But we've looked at the time of day and the type of odors, yes.
Is that type of, is there like a monthly report that is provided to the LEA or to the Public Works, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
There is a local LEA associated with this landfill, correct?
Los Angeles County, correct.
Los Angeles County. Do you interface with an individual or individuals associated with the LEA?
Not of recent, no.
And do you know if they're there daily, also monitoring, or do they do any, are their responsibilities other than looking at odor surveillance?
Truthfully, I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. I never see them. And the meetings that I have attended, I've not really interacted with them. In the past, we have. I knew the inspectors in the past, but it's been years. So we're not working in a close relationship that I'm aware of with any of the LEA staff like we are at other landfills.
Just a couple more questions. The fans that they're using now, they're using fans with, and they're driven by engines.
Yes.
And those, I see there's a requirement to submit a permit application for the engines. Do they already, is this for new engines, or are they going to get more engines? Do you know more fans, or what is the purpose of that, or requirement in the order?
Well, I think we have engineering staff attending this that can probably better answer that. I don't know what the size of the engines are on the ones that have been purchased or will be purchased. The ones that I've seen in the past did not require a permit. They were smaller engines.
Okay. Yes, that's all I have. Oh, just one other thing. Mr. Israel.
Before you, I just wanted to make sure Dr. Bernstein, his camera is off. I just want to make sure he's present.
I just had one question. I know there's one of the condition the order was to look at 5 years of monitoring data, wind data at the community. Has that such data been collected over the years, or is this moving forward, they will collect the data? Do you know?
Can we just hold that question for a minute? I just want to make sure Dr. Bernstein is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Because I don't want, we could take our break if Dr. Bernstein is not available. I see the camera is off, and I want to make sure that board members are available for all of the evidence and we don't miss any. Dr. Bernstein, if you are having issues or if you are not present or you are present, can you just let me know? Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry, Mr. Balagopalan.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you correctly. Is he back on?
Yes, yes. I just want to make sure he was there.
Oh, okay.
He turned off his camera for a reason. So go ahead.
So let me get that section of the order. That I think there's a requirement to get a consultant and to analyze 5 years of wind data at the community. Do you know, to your knowledge, have the data been collected in the community, wind data?
I'm not aware of any data collected of wind data in the community of Valverde.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. I said, I'm going to hold questions. I think we should take a break. We're a little overdue for our break. And then when we come back, Senator, you have questions. I have another question. We'll still leave Mr. Israel on. So let's take a little less than 15 minutes. Let's please promptly be back at 10:40 to make sure that we get through this hearing today. So we will go off the record until 10:40. Please, if you are a participant, please do not leave the meeting. Just make sure to mute your microphone if it isn't already, and you can turn off your camera. We will all come back on the record at 10:40. We are off the record. Okay, looking to see, okay, great, we are all present. Okay, it's Mr. Israel, thank you, Mr. Israel. Okay, we are back on the record, and when we left off, the senator had additional questions for Mr. Israel.
Yes, Mr. Israel. Are you familiar with the conditions under the order?
I've read the conditions, yes.
The condition. Were you consulted when they talked about the location for surveillance?
Yes.
Condition 1A?
Yes, I was.
Did you give them the addresses where reflected the complaint?
Yes.
It's 1 through 10?
Yes.
Okay. When they conducted surveillance, do they do them all within that one day? Or they just do one at a time? One day we do one day we do another. What's the understanding, your understanding?
Well, the understanding is that they should be done in a morning period. It doesn't take long to do that surveillance. I mean, I do it all the time. So the idea was that it would be done every day in a morning period, or the periods that were listed there, the hour periods.
Okay, but the surveillance is done at each of those locations once a day.
Correct. Correct.
What you've seen between the hours of 7 a.m. and 12 p.m.
Correct.
Have you gotten any complaints like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock about order?
We have gotten complaints, yes.
Lots of them, or not very many?
The great majority of them, no. Just there have been some during the summer that have come in close to noontime or a little bit after noon, but the preponderance of complaints has come in the early morning hours, sir.
So it was not therefore necessary, because of the number of complaints, that you have a surveillance at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. But the landfill is still open, right? And operating.
Correct. Correct.
Well, I'm sure the public will be making some statements, and they hear what the question I'm asking. And I'm sure they're going to want to know why you limit it between 7 a.m. and 12 p.m. with the complaints made to the district after that. All right, that's my comment. But before I leave, I want to make one final statement. In my early questions, I tried to get a comparison between Sunshine Canyon as a fix and Chiquita Canyon, and I was interrupted by both attorneys. Just a minute. When my colleague made the comparison, not one word was uttered. It's been noted.
Senator, I'm going to say this only once because I do not want to waste time on today's hearing, because there is a lot to be done. The difference is that you were trying to bring in facts that are not in evidence about a different landfill. You were not just giving comparisons. You were assuming that the same things you recalled happening at one landfill are happening at this landfill. And those are facts not in evidence, and we cannot speculate like that or bring things in. Again, I don't want to argue.
I'm not arguing either, but I didn't make that assumption. That's what you thought. I didn't make the assumption.
Those were your words. I'm sorry.
I didn't make the assumption.
I only go on the words that you're saying, okay?
No, my colleague asked questions for comparison as I did, comparative analysis.
Not the same.
Let's go. Let's move on. Move the question.
Okay, Senator, you brought it up, and so I am going to say for the record the difference. Please, for all board members, we have to be very careful not to assume facts that are not in evidence. Just because something happened at one, we cannot assume that they are happening here. We may ask the questions, though, which are very different. This was occurring at a different landfill. Is that something that was considered here and can be used here? That's quite a different question than assuming that because trucks are idling or lining up at one, that the same thing is happening at the other. That's all.
I'm sure. You're making a difference. I don't like that. Come on, please, let's move on.
Madam Chair, if it's possible, if the board is finished with questions, can I ask a couple of follow-up questions to Mr. Israel?
I see that,
I'll hold them till after all board members have asked questions.
I see that Ms. Verdugo Peralta does have questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do, Mr. Israel, thank you, by the way, for being on call 24/7. I know that's not always an easy thing to do. But my question has to do with the actual complaints that are coming from the residents. Do you find that, well, let me ask this first. Do you go and speak with the residents that are calling in the complaints? Is that part of your investigation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so do you see that there are more complaints from one or a few individuals more so than others?
Yes.
Okay, has that changed from when the landfill had their working face on one location and then when they changed it to another? Or did you still see those same complainants from whether it was in one location or the other?
No, it's pretty much the same complainants, whether or not they're located where they are now or previous. So I would say yes, it's the same complainants for the most part.
About how many are those same complainants?
I would say less than 12, more than 6. Somewhere
Okay.
between.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
I had a question. I just want to be very clear. Because when Mr. Balagopalan was asking about the alternative daily cover that is called for in the conditions, the Enviro cover, Mr. Israel, you mentioned Sunshine Canyon Landfill. I just want to be clear. We're not talking about soil, correct? We're talking about, because soil causes additional problems with landfill gas collection. We're talking about an Enviro cover that can be left and not lifted, and trash can be placed upon. Is that correct? Is that what's referred to in the conditions?
Yeah, the Enviro cover is an alternative daily cover. The landfill is required to use soil when the landfill is inactive more than 24 hours. So that would occur from Saturday to Monday. But for the rest of the part, they can use an alternative daily cover, and they choose to use tarping. Other landfills have used clean soil. That was not the intent here. Just the Enviro cover is or has been effective for odor control at the working face at Sunshine Canyon Landfill to a great degree. That's why I put in there.
And it can be kept in place. It doesn't have to be peeled back.
It's not meant to be, correct. It's meant to be in place all the time
Okay,
at the end of the workday.
right. Thank you. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Israel? And I know that Ms. Roberts had additional questions. Okay, then let's go to Ms. Roberts for additional questions.
I just have a couple of brief follow-up questions for you, Mr. Israel. In terms of responding to complaints, we were discussing sort of based on the hours of when Chiquita Canyon Landfill opens at 4 a.m. Does the district routinely receive complaints at those hours, at that hour?
Not for Chiquita Canyon, no.
If we received a complaint at 4 a.m. at this time for Chiquita Canyon Landfill, you mentioned you're on call and assigned to Chiquita Canyon Landfill. Would you respond to that complaint?
It would be, I'd have to wait for it to be assigned to me, and the communications center doesn't open till 7 a.m. So the person would listen, because it would be on a recording or it would be by email. And at that time, 7 a.m., it would be logged and assigned, and it would probably be dispatched to me shortly thereafter. But it would not be typically before 7 a.m.
And have we received recordings of complaints at those hours that are just waiting several hours until the district opens and then get assigned to you?
Yes, that happens pretty routinely.
And And in response to the increasing number of complaints that we started receiving for Chiquita Canyon in this calendar year of 2020, did the district change its assignment to you at all with regards to Chiquita Canyon?
Assignment as far as being
Were you
the,
assigned to go out to Chiquita Canyon even when there were not complaints?
oh, yes, yeah, that did happen the beginning of summer, beginning of June.
And that was when we started receiving a number of complaints. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the district ensured that you were out in the community, even if we were not receiving complaints, to assess whether or not there were odors in the community at that time?
Right. I was tasked to do surveillance every day between certain hours. In the previous years, before COVID, we were doing surveillance on weekends, notably Saturdays. Once we started to have an uptick in odor complaints the beginning of summer, I was tasked to do surveillance every day by starting around 7 o'clock in the morning. So I was in the community during those early morning hours at the time complaints were being received.
Okay. And notwithstanding anything else in the order that is being proposed for this hearing, the district would still respond to complaints received from the public regarding this landfill. Is that correct?
Absolutely. There would be no change whatsoever in our response policy. I'm going to be assigned complaints and respond as I normally would, regardless of the OA conditions.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Senator has follow-up questions. Senator, you're muted. I'm muting microphones when people are not speaking to lessen the outside sounds.
Is wind a factor from the time you received a complaint, the time that you arrived and try to verify the complaint? And could the intensity of the odor dissipate or not to your experience?
So you're asking me whether wind would be a factor?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So therefore, have you ever gone out on some complaints? You gotten 3 or more in an hour period, and by the time you get there, it doesn't exist anymore?
That is correct. That,
unverifiable.
yes. Yes.
In your view, experience, and so on, and knowledge, do you think wind could be a factor?
If the wind shifts to a different direction, yes. If I'm going to a resident that's located northwest of the landfill and the wind is blowing from the southeast, they're verifying odors, I've verified odors. If the wind shifts out of the southwest or comes from the north, or at that time, the complainants would be upwind, I have not been able to detect odors at the specific complaint locations, correct?
Not to say that you should have the same conditions here as we have in Sunshine Canyon, but one question I'll ask you, did they have a wind pattern established in evidence at Sunshine Canyon? Wind, you remember the wind one? Did they have one, yes or no?
Yeah, there was established wind patterns there, yes.
Right. Well, the question was asked of you earlier, do you think a wind pattern would be necessary at this canyon as well?
Well, I think it would tell us a lot about maybe why the odors are impacting the community. I think that's important to have something in this community of Val Verde, some kind of study that would be able to tell us that the reason why from the location of the working face is this type of pattern exists during this time of year, during these months, during these hours.
Sound like a condition to me. Thank you very much.
I believe it is a condition. Is that correct? 15.
Yes, it is on 16A.
16.
16A.
A and B
And
regarding wind patterns and meteorological data. So that's on page 9 of the proposed order for the public to know that such a study has been ordered or is proposed to be ordered under the current order, And I understand from the findings that there already has been a retention of a consultant, but we'll ask Chiquita Canyon about that.
Ms. President, I did have a couple of follow-up questions for Mr. Israel.
Mr. Balagopam.
Mr. Israel, I know on the recording of at the different locations they're supposed to record and then do the scale that is presented in the order. What about the narrative? Is there a list that's also provided to them, trash order, landfill order, others, or do they, is it whatever they smell, is it?
There's a set description of the odor intensity from 0 to 5. But as far as a narrative, are you referring to how they would write that or describe it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not aware of any specific narrative other than certain elements of the narrative that we would like to see. But not something that I'm aware of that's specific to the way they're supposed to write it, just as long as they cover certain issues that are listed in the OA.
And what are those? Because I don't think they're highlighted. I mean, I think you mentioned trash order, so that's one I'm assuming you want to see noted.
Right. I don't have it. I can't see the OA right now, so I'd be guessing of the order that it is, and I didn't memorize that exact wording on how that's worded. But the gist of it is that you'd go to a particular intersection, note wind speed. Are you detecting an odor or not? Weather conditions, wind intensity, wind direction, and that's what would be noted. So when I do it, when I create a narrative, I go to the intersection, for example, of Lincoln Avenue and Chiquita Canyon Road, and always noting that the weather conditions are clear, sunny, overcast, rainy conditions, whatever. Wind, using my wind meter, is whatever speed from the southeast or southwest, and that I'm not noting any odors, or I'm detecting a faint fresh trash odor, sour trash odor, and using the scale 0 to 5, intensity-wise, 3 for distinct, or 4 for strong, or 2 for faint. That's how I create a narrative when I do my surveillance. And I think that that's our intention, is to have the landfill personnel replicate something to that effect.
Have you provided them a sample of your readings or the data that you collected, so they know, like a template?
No,
I have not myself provided that.
It does look, I'm just looking at 1C on page 5, and it looks like the odor surveillance log would contain everything that Mr. Israel just said except the weather. And so perhaps that should be added.
Yeah, usually just to answer the weather, when I start my surveillance, because I'm doing surveillance for an hour, it doesn't change that much as far as sunny conditions to rain. At least it hasn't of recent this past year. So I would typically put that at the very beginning of my surveillance. It may not necessarily be applicable for every stop or something like that.
Mr. Israel, you also mentioned that frequently when you were there, that also Mr. Casillo, I believe, and Mr. Hearn was also there doing odor surveillance. Do you know how they are notified, or is there a communication set up with the community and the landfill operators also, besides calling AQMD?
Well, I believe there is a number that the landfill provides to the community for odor complaints. It's I don't know if it's a 800 number or what type of communication they get. They may get also from some of the complainants emails or phone calls. You'd have to ask them.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I have no further questions.
I had one question. I don't know if you have this information put together in a way that you could answer, but do you know on average what you, for the NOVs that you issued, what you rated the odor level? And if you don't know an average or generally, you can tell us maybe if you know what the highest level you had.
Well, on the scale of 0 to 5, with 0 being no odors, 3 being distinct, 5 being very strong, it's typically been in the distinct area for the majority of the violations that I served this past summer, the 17 or 18 that I actually issued.
And do you
If
know,
that-
oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's my response.
Do you know if that matched to some extent what was reported? I know there's a difference between what is reported by whoever is the complainant and what you often will report yourself.
Yeah. Well, the way I would answer that is very often it is the same. Very often when it's reported, it's stronger. And based upon my ability to respond to the complaint in a timely manner. So if a complaint comes in at 8 o'clock where the complainant is smelling very, very strong or very strong odors, I get there within a half hour, 45 minutes. It may have dissipated and I'm detecting distinct odors. So this does happen, and it happens more often than not that the intensity may be very brief. A lot of times these odors are transient. This is noted many times by me doing surveillance outside of Val Verde. So odors that and you probably hear this from the public, will come through in a 1 hour period that it's just the most intense, and then it just dissipates and it's gone. So from the nature of odors in general, that would be the way I would answer it, is that it can at times be very transient.
Okay, thank you. Board members, also counsel for either side, any other questions for Mr. Israel? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Israel, for your testimony. Ms. Roberts, is it a better idea at this point to move to Chiquita and have their witnesses testify, or did you want to make anyone else available at this time?
So I know Mr. Balakopalan had some engineering questions. I would defer for right now to Chiquita and their witnesses. And if there remains questions after the end, I'm certainly willing to have someone from our engineering group testify.
That seems to make a good deal of sense. Thank you. So I am going to turn it to you, Mr. Dudzinski, if you want to introduce your first witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first witness for Chiquita Canyon LLC will be Mr. Steve Casulo, the district manager with responsibility over Chiquita Canyon Landfill. So Steve, could you state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Casulo, StevenCassulo.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And so just to provide the board some background, can you kind of explain how you got your start in the waste industry?
Yeah, 30 years ago, actually about 34 years ago, I was in the United States Air Force up at Vandenberg Air Force Base. And as a heavy equipment engineer, I started out working in the summer times at the local landfill on base. When I got honorably discharged, I moved back home, and I started out, my first job was with waste management at the time at a local landfill, starting out as operations and moving into operations manager, and then eventually becoming a district manager over several sites. And I've been doing that for the last 30 years.
And so about which time did you start at Chiquita Canyon?
About 10 years ago, just shy of a couple months of 10 years ago, I started here.
And so you're district manager at Chiquita Canyon, right?
I am. I became district manager in 2015.
And so what are your responsibilities as the district manager at Chiquita Canyon? What does that entail?
It entails just about everything, including going to the hearings and court cases and public relations and compliance and operations and maintenance. And I'm, Buck stops here with me, and I'm responsible for Chiquita Canyon.
Got it. And so, you've got 30 years of experience in the waste industry. You've either been an operator at or now manage operators at other landfills. Are all landfills the same?
No, not at all. Every single landfill is different. You can't compare any of them to each other just because of locations, size, types of trash, atmosphere, canyon, non-canyon. It varies. There's probably 100 different variables that go on for different landfills and how they operate and how they work and what happens with them. And, coming down to all the way to how operational people handle landfills at the same time. There's probably another 100 different variables on how people can manage their landfill, whether it's good or bad.
And so can you kind of give a description of Chiquita Canyon landfill to give the board some idea, where it's located, footprint size of the landfill, and the operations, waste you receive, things of that nature?
Yeah, we're up in the Santa Clarita Valley area, just about 3 miles off of the I-5 on the 126. It's a northern LA County area, really kind of a rural area. Valverde community is the closest to us. There's not much around us besides an industrial park at this point in time. We are about 639 acres property-wise. We have a permit to fill about 400 feet or 400 acres of that property. So that'd be the footprint of the landfill. We have 2 closed landfills on our property, which is included in that 400 acres. Currently, we have about 280 acres of footprint in landfills, so we still have some areas to grow into. That's pretty much the gist of it.
And so what type of waste streams does Chiquita receive?
Our waste streams come from LA County. In general, we take in, the local trash here, but obviously we're a regional type landfill. We take in a lot of transfer station type waste. The waste here versus some of the other landfills may be a little bit different, more construction, demolition type waste than other landfills may get in the area. But we're probably 20% of LA County waste comes to us.
And so, during the course of an operating day, when that waste arrives, there were some questions earlier about operating hours, things of that nature. Has Chiquita ever run into any issues with queuing at around the opening time of 4 a.m.?
No, we have not. And in the past, before this conditional use permit was issued in 2017, we were allowed to open 24/7. Now we can open at 4 a.m. Some of the drivers do kind of pull up to the gate at, 4:40, 4:45, but we have a very small queuing area out to the highway, and none of the drivers ever get to that point. They're always tucked into our property. Like I said, 7, maybe 10 drivers at the very most right before we open our gates.
And just to make it clear for the board, the conditional use permit you're referring to is the one issued by Los Angeles County. That's different from the proposed order that we're.
Yes, absolutely.
Gotcha. And so some of the questions that were directed to Mr. Israel, I'll direct to you. So does Chiquita have an odor hotline?
We do have a hotline. It's not an odor hotline. It's just a hotline. It's a complaint hotline. It's a call in for questions hotline, whatever you want to call it. But we do have a 1-800 number, and we also add our office line number onto that.
And so prior to these NOVs, would Chiquita receive any types of complaints on that hotline or otherwise?
Occasionally in the past, we've received complaints. We've gotten more questions, I think, off of the hotline on hours of operation and things like that. But occasionally on the hotline, we'd get some complaints.
And also looking to prior to these NOVs and in about the past 10 years, do you have a rough idea of how many odor NOVs Chiquita's received prior to the ones we're talking about today?
Yeah, prior to the small, I mean, we had 3 bad months here, and you know, we wish we could have got through that a little bit quicker than we did, but we finally did get through it, and we're clear for a while now. We haven't had NOVs for about 2 or 3 months. And we think we're doing everything right the way that we should. Before that, in the time that I've been here, for the 10 years that I've been here, we've had 2 NOVs for odor prior to this small hiccup.
And so Chiquita would previously get maybe a complaint on its log or would be notified of an odor issue. Can you kind of walk through the process that Chiquita would go through in response to either a complaint for the community or a notification from AQMD with regard to odor?
Yeah, we would jump right on it. I mean, we've had responses from community complaints where we're in the neighborhood within 5 minutes or less. It's really just a short drive right around the corner, get into the valley there. And we're investigating. We want to know where it's coming from. If it's us, we want to know that. We want to know what it smells like, where it's coming from, what the wind directions are. So not only will we go into the community and check things out that way, but we'll go back up into the landfill and we'll start inspecting, you know, basically the entire landfill. We'll go around the landfill, checking wells, checking conditions, checking wind monitors, making sure our misters, our fans are all working. We have kind of some protocols on looking at what, you know, if it's an odorous waste load that may have come in that we didn't smell until it opened up and started dumping. You know, is there anything at the working face that we can smell? Is there anything that we could cover up temporarily or get it buried immediately? So yeah, we jump on them pretty quickly. Now, when the AQMD lets us know, a lot of times it's, you know, half hour to maybe even 2 hours prior to the complaint. When the complaint came in versus when they're letting us know, we can't really determine as much as we can when we're getting complaints directly from the community. A lot of times, like Mr. Israel says, the complaint or the odor is not there. We get into the neighborhood an hour later or 2 hours later, and it's just not there. So it's very hard to do an investigation on those terms, but obviously we still go through all the same processes.
Understood. And so I think one thing that you had indicated was that, you know, Chiquita has some protocols. And so there are things that Chiquita does with regards to odor and potential odors, even absent any community complaints.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Every morning we are turning on our misters. We're turning on our fans. We're making sure that, you know, we're watching the wind conditions. We have wind flags up and around the landfill at all different locations. So operators, not only in the cab, they can't feel the wind, but they can see it. They can tell which way the wind directions are blowing. We are working with, you know, removing tarps very slowly rather than pulling them completely off in the early mornings. We're just rolling them back as needed. We have odor misters that not only are near the working face, but they're on the fan of the working face, along with the perimeter of the site. We also have a water truck that will put deodorizer or odor suppressant in the water truck as we're spraying down the working face. Anytime that we're rolling back a tarp or a cover to make more room for more garbage, we're spraying it prior to, you know, adding that extra garbage. And in the end of the night, prior to putting any tarps down for an ADC, we're spraying the garbage over with this deodorizer prior to putting the tarp over the top of it to knock any odors down for when we do reopen it.
And so, you know, obviously, Chiquita received some NOVs earlier this year. You know, what about those practices changed in response to those NOVs? If you could just tell the board in general terms some of the things Chiquita did.
Well, we've been on full alert for the last 4 months, 5 months, I would say. We've been looking at everything. We've been looking at intermediate cover. We've been looking at the gas system. We've been looking all around the landfill to see if there's anything that may be causing an issue in the neighborhood. We've focused really hard on the working face off of Larry Israel's recommendations and what he was saying that he is smelling. We've changed the working face direction, location. We've got our odor fans a little closer. They're actually a little bit more effective. We've actually rented an odor boss, which is basically a snow blower with a misting system on it. We can add deodorizer to that. And the recommendation from the manufacturer on that was to get it as close to the working face as possible, which we have been. We've added a new string of a misting line up along the bench just above the landfill working face where it's at now. And then we've also made sure that everything is working on the perimeter misting fences. So yeah, there's been nothing but, full bore every morning, every day, talking with our operators, talking with our operations manager and the system manager on everything we could possibly do. And the system has just been one of those type of situations where we have to tweak it and keep getting better at it. And our record basically shows that, we've started out with quite a few NOVs early in July, and they've tapered off all the way back until we just had a couple in September, and we haven't had any since then.
And so in your assessment, a lot of these measures have been effective.
I believe so. I believe we finally are getting to the point where we think that we're making headway on this issue, and looking at we've even done a small air study already internally with the monitors that we do have on site and the air monitoring devices that we have. We've actually rented a few other extra ones. I think we had 4 or 5 other air monitors that we placed around the west and northwest side just to see what the conditions were in those areas. And after getting all that data and looking at it and talking to some consultants about it, we've made headway. Like I said, we've been, over 2 months, almost 3 months now with no NOVs.
And so with regards to the conditions in the proposed order, I'd like to talk about those a little bit in reference to some of the best practices that Chiquita has implemented in response to the NOVs. And so we've talked quite a bit about condition 1, which is the kind of odor surveillance protocol that's codified within the proposed order. Can you describe a little bit of how Chiquita intends to implement that?
I think it's going to be exactly like what Larry was talking about, going through the process, making sure we're making all the stops, making sure we're in the neighborhood on a regular basis, maybe even 2 or 3 times if need be. But it's a data collection factor for us. We're looking at trying to make sure that we are seeing exactly what the AQMD inspectors are seeing, making sure that we're aware of everything. If we're out in the neighborhood on a regular basis like that and doing everything we possibly can, we may get some interaction with some community members, which will help understand what's going on. I mean, that's the biggest factor, is that we're trying to make sure that we're a good community member and we're a good neighbor. Ultimately, landfills, if they're invisible to the public, we're doing our job right. And right now we're struggling to do that, but we're working back towards that right now. And I think that's the goal that we're getting back to.
And so there's also a requirement, condition 15, that Chiquita will post a lot of the materials related to this proposed order on its website. Do you see that as an effort of, trying to show the community that Chiquita is involved in seeking to address its concerns?
Yeah, it's just all about being, open to everybody. I mean, if they're claiming that we're an issue, then we want to make sure that they understand that all the things that we're doing to correct it. I mean, it's part of being a good neighbor. Absolutely.
And so, moving to the actual landfill now, there's a condition within the proposed order that requires Chiquita to maintain a reduced working face size. Can you kind of describe that a little bit, and how doing so helps to reduce potential odors from the landfill?
Yeah, absolutely. We started this even prior to this order, just talking amongst ourselves. And this is one of the ideas that we came up with when we were working with the AQMD lawyers on putting this together. But we realized that, here's an example. If you got a trash can full of trash, the very top surface of that trash can is what would commit or create any odors. That's what you're going to be smelling. If you take that trash can and that full trash can of garbage and you throw it all over the ground, and then you put the trash can away, you're going to have the whole area on the ground that could commit odors, right? So the working face being smaller and shrunken down is more like, basically putting it in a trash can, maybe without a lid at the time, versus just having it spread out all over the ground. So our working face is somewhere between 250 feet by 150 by 20 feet tall. Well, if we can open it up smaller, maybe a 200 foot by 100 foot by about 5 to 7 feet tall, it's a lot less open space. It's a lot less, odorous space that's there. Trash that's buried underneath trash doesn't necessarily smell. It's kind of buried in there. So keeping a working face smaller is exactly like what I'm describing, kind of just having it in a can without a lid rather than spread all over the ground.
And Chiquita does put a lid on it though, at some point, right?
At the end of the day, we do, and occasionally we do cover up the landfill. If in the afternoon, if we're getting unfavorable wind conditions, we'll start to cover a little bit more of the landfill and get it buttoned up sooner, or cover it. And then as trash comes in and wind conditions are more favorable, we may open it back up again. But definitely keeping it closed early mornings, keeping it reduced in size, it has been working. We believe this is a good fix for a landfill here.
And so another one of those proposed fixes that you see within the order is the use of tarps and maintenance of tarps and things of that nature. Are tarps a little bit more effective at reducing odors than some other materials that the landfill might otherwise use?
It varies. Tarps are very effective. Let's just put it that way. We've only been allowed to use dirt and or tarps for daily cover Monday through Friday. Like Mr. Israel said, obviously Saturday through Monday morning, everything is covered up with dirt. I believe the tarps that we have, the canvas tarps, are very effective. I don't believe we get very many, if any, complaints at night and or early mornings. It's just certain conditional situations, and I think most of the time it's when people are waking up. It's not anything else that I can talk about as far as cover. I don't think the cover is ever an issue. I don't think that's the problem that anybody's pointed out to us as far as the inspectors go.
And so the tarps in your estimate have been effective. But also within the proposed order, we have a requirement, after approval from DPW and the LEA, that Chiquita would start to use a material like EnviroCover. Can you explain a little bit what that type of material is, how it works, and the difference between that and a tarp type material?
Well, like I said, the tarp is more of a canvas type material that gets pulled over to the top of the landfill. At the end of the day, it's very heavy. It doesn't need to really be weighted down. I mean, on heavy wind conditions, you may want to weight down the corners of it just to keep it in place, but it doesn't happen very often. The EnviroCover, all I know is what I've seen of it. I haven't got a chance to use it in any of the 10 times that I've been in landfills, but I have seen it and I've seen the videos on it. It's more of a bisqueen, very, very thin, kind of like a cellophane type cover. It goes over the top of it. It does the same thing as tarps. From what I understand, it keeps odors in, keeps rain out. I do understand that some of the other landfills that I've talked to, they say that birds can be an issue simply because they'll pick right through it, or they'll walk over it and claw through it, and they can get to the trash that way. That seems to be the only downside that I see on it. But other than that, it's a little bit different than tarps, just simply because it can be placed on the landfill without having to be removed at all.
And so, there was a little bit of discussion about cover materials. And so, Chiquita obviously has to cover the material at some point during the operating day, but Chiquita also has intermediate cover areas and slope areas. Can you describe what intermediate cover is and Chiquita's practices related to that?
Anything that's not going to be used or put trash back in a certain area of a landfill needs to have intermediate cover. Intermediate cover is 1 foot of compacted soil over the top of the garbage. So in a situation like us in the size of a landfill that we're in, probably 95% of our landfill is got intermediate cover on it. We've only have the cell 6 area and the working area that we're currently at, which would have the 6 inches of required compacted cover on it, along with, days like today And tomorrow we'll have a small working face that has tarps on it for the ADC.
And so in response to the NOVs, did Chiquita do anything with regards to the intermediate cover? Inspect that or anything of that nature?
We did. We like I said, we did a full press on when we started seeing NOVs roll in here and getting more complaints and talking with Larry. We went around the entire landfill. We checked all areas. We thought at one point in time we may be a little bit light, or maybe we needed a little bit more vacuum on a certain system on the landfill, or maybe we needed a little bit more intermediate cover in certain areas. And even though it didn't seem like we did it anyway. We went onto the west and northwest slopes of the landfill, added another 6 inches of dirt and cover on top of the already immediate cover that we had there, the 12 inches of cover or more that we had there, and compacted that in. Including with that, you know, we obviously did more, but the intermediate factor was, it's very difficult to describe, but as people that know landfills, we kind of tend to describe them as living beast. And what happens is they move, they decompose their trash and they start to settle and they kind of shift. So every so often you got to go over and check for cracks in the surface because of the shifting portion of the landfill. Now these shifts may take years to do, but you make your routine every day to go around the landfill and check for any cracks or any odors that might be coming out of these intermediate areas. And like I said, we've not only do that on a regular basis, but we've been doing it 2 or 3 times a day, sometimes over the last couple of months.
And so a couple of the conditions within the proposed order, specifically conditions 13 and 14, address the inspection and repair of landfill cover. Do you expect that will be helpful in reducing any potential odor issues at Chiquita?
It's always useful for any landfill. I mean, this is one of those things that all landfills should be doing. It's a best practice that we've been doing and I've been doing for the last 30 years. You go around and you check your landfill completely top to bottom every day. And when you start to see any situations, you get on top of it. That's what a good landfill operator will do.
And so kind of moving away from the waste that's in place and the cover materials, around the working face, Chiquita has also employed the use of fans and mister line systems. Can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, the misters, most of you may know this, but those that don't, it's a lot like if you go to an outdoor restaurant in the summertime and you have those cooling misters on the patio. They're a lot like that, only we get a little bit bigger nozzles and we use a little bit of odor control or deodorant inside the water. It's about 90 to 95% water. The rest of it is an odor control mechanism that gets put in with the water and mixed in. We have 1,200 to maybe 1,500 foot of odor misters on the perimeter. They're about 20 feet high. They act as a curtain to try and eliminate any odors that may try and escape the property. We also have some misters on our fans, and we have misters now on a bench just above the working face in the landfill, about another 1,000 feet, I think, of misters in that location. So we've increased, obviously, since we've started seeing these uptick in complaints, and we've been monitoring and making sure that the systems work completely and they're always in operational order.
And so with regards to the fans, what do those do exactly that could help reduce a potential odor?
When you smell something really horrible and you wave your hand in front of you, it disperses the odor, correct? That's what a fan will do. If we have odors at the working face, which again, anybody's garbage can at home or anybody's garbage can outside, if you open it up, you're going to have a little bit of odor. It's starting to rot away. It's starting to break down. That's what happens. So to deter that and to try and move that air around and trying to disperse that odor at the working face is what these fans really do. And then of course we have the set of fans. Some of them are right at the working face with misters on them to knock the odors down and disperse that odor. Other ones are further back up on the benches or ridge lines, and some are right on the edge of the property, always consistently blowing away from the community making sure that we try and keep anything from exiting our landfill.
And so condition 7 within the proposed order includes a requirement to continue the use of these fans. Are these the same fans that Chiquita is operating now that it intends to continue operating in compliance with the proposed order should it be adopted?
We will continue using the 7 fans that we have now. We're also looking at trying to add some of the older fans that we used to have. Now, AQMD changed the rule on engine permitting. We used to have propane engines in orchard fans that we used before in the past, and we believe those worked very well. But when they changed their rule, we now have to permit those fans. So rather than going down the permit process and trying to get those permitted without using anything, we immediately bought these 7 other fans. They're 7 feet in diameter. They can go up and down from 12 feet high down to the base grade or down to ground level. They're kind of, if I could describe them, like a Hollywood fan that they would use on a set to make wind. They're very effective. And like I said, we have 7 of these. We had 5 orchard fans at the time, and we want to get, three of those more added into our system. We want to get those operational. So we're going to try and permit those and get those in the system also.
And so the new engine permitting requirements, I think that's at condition 8 in the proposed order, those permits will be to permit 4 engines that would power the much larger fans that you're describing, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So we're actually working with the AQMD right now through our consultant to find out if propane engines are going to be okay to use and can be permitted, or are we going to have to go to diesel engines with that? And as soon as we can find that out, we're going to get the application in.
And so, one thing that we haven't discussed quite yet is landfill gas and Chiquita's landfill gas collection system. And so could you describe how that system works at Chiquita and any tweaks or changes that Chiquita has made in response to the NOVs?
Chiquita has over 500 wells on the 260 acres of landfill that we have, horizontals and vertical wells. It comes up to over 28, close to 29 miles of perforated gas extraction lines that are inside the landfill, extracting the gas and putting it into the Amoresco power plant, which lights up about 10,000 homes a day. The rest of the gas goes into the 2 flares that we have and gets burned off completely. Our collection in the past has always been outstanding. We've always added some verticals and horizontals as we build the landfill and kept up on that very well. Our consultants are doing an excellent job on that. We've added 11 new vertical wells since July, just in case certain areas that we felt like maybe the grid that we have and the pattern that we have, there may be a few minor areas that don't quite get as much vacuum. So we added those in because we wanted to make sure that we were collecting everything. And then we've also added 2 or 3 sets of horizontals over the last year. And we're working on our 4th horizontal set in the area that we're currently working in right now in the cell 6 area.
And so you would continue to retain this consultant as sort of a on-site landfill gas tech at Chiquita. And, these conditions require, some record keeping, some reporting, implementation of recommendations, expansion of the system into new areas of the landfill, and making sure it's permitted. Do you see these conditions as really an implementation of Chiquita's best practices already?
I do. I think one of the things that I noticed most when I got here to Chiquita 10 years ago is the direct and professional atmosphere we have with their gas system and our techs. They're on call all the time. If a flare goes down, they're the first ones on site within an hour or less to get it back up and running. These guys are just outstanding. I've never seen a crew better than what we got right now.
And so, speaking of logs and record keeping, there's a lot of different logs that Chiquita will be submitting to AQMD should this proposed order be adopted. What do you see the effect of that being with regards to controlling odors at the site?
Well, it's a transparency, first of all, and it's a check and balance, I think, is what it really is. As far as controlling odors, all the things that we're talking about and mitigating here at this meeting and the things that we've done in the past, that's going to control the odors. This record keeping is going to keep us in line and in track and keep AQMD aware of everything that we're doing and how we're doing it and making sure that we're doing what we say we're doing. It's also going to be on the website so the community can see that we're doing everything that we said we're supposed to do.
And so the kind of last somewhat operative condition within the proposed order relates to the retention of a consultant to conduct a handful of different wind studies, an odor complaint analysis, and some evaluation of the landfill's operations. Why is that particular measure included?
I absolutely think it's a great idea. I mean, I'm one of those guys that the more heads you put into a problem, the better solution you're going to get out of it. So, having these consultants on board, having the expertise of them seeing other landfills, the ones that I haven't seen, and getting best practices from those, doing these air studies. I'm not a guy to do an air study. I run landfills and that's what I do. So having a professional come out and do that and give me the data and talk me through what needs to be done and how it's working. And I can then incorporate it into how I do my operations. I just think it's going to be a great situation, and I'm looking forward to see what they have to say.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Casulo.
Thank you. I think this is a good point before we turn to Ms. Roberts and board member questions to take our lunch break. Now, before we do, I want to remind members of the public who are either already on the Zoom call or our teleconference and are part of this hearing that if you wish to be heard today, to please raise your hand with the virtual hand raise feature of Zoom, or if you're on the teleconference, to please let us know by pressing *9 so that, and please leave your hands raised so that our clerk's office can begin to tally who might wish to be heard, and we can know how much time to leave at the end of the hearing. In addition, I want to once again share my screen so that those who were not with us possibly at the beginning of the hearing and who do not know how to access the proposed stipulated order can do so. So I'm going to do that before we leave. And hopefully, can someone let me know that you can see this, how to access the proposed stipulated order for abatement. I'm just going to leave it up for about a minute and go over it really quickly. Please go to the district's website, aqmd.gov. The top, you're going to find a pull-down menu with the Find feature. Go to that. Once you're there, you're going to choose to start searching in Find. That's towards the bottom. Under the search type, once that comes up, select Hearing Board Case. And this is what you'll need to know in order to access this case. And it's the case number, which is 6177-1. 6177-1. Select the documents at the bottom. You're gonna have a documents, it's a long tab. Once you're in there, press the Hearing Board tab within the Documents tab, and there you'll see all of the available documents, which will include the proposed stipulated order. Okay, and I'm going to stop my share. And the time is 11:40. Let's take a 50 minute lunch break and come back promptly, please, at 12:30. Please, again, if you are a participant, do not leave the meeting, but make sure to mute your microphone. If you don't, I'll try to do that for you, and you can turn off your camera. We are off the record, and we will be back at 12:30, and we will resume with Ms. Roberts' questions. Thank you. We're off the record.
And
Dominic,
that
you
has
want
to
to practice
be
the timer?
everybody
It's not quite 12:30, but it's almost 12:30. So if everyone wants to begin assembling, just letting everyone know who can hear me, but we're going to get started soon. Before we begin, we're just going to need to make sure that we have the clerk is back. Thank you. We're just waiting for two members of the board, Dr. Bernstein and Ms. Verdugo Peralta. And once all five members of the board are present, as I see, we have both parties present.
And you can't see me behind the clock, but I'm here too, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Paul. But while we're waiting, I can at least address the public. I did see that before the lunch break, there were probably about 6 hands raised, maybe less, but about that. And I see that only 3 hands remain. So if you left the hearing and you wanted to address the board, and you're watching the webcast, please, when you come back, please re-raise your hand, and we'll get to you at that time. But I want to be able to calculate.
Madam Chair, I think some of them have been moved from attendees to participants.
Oh.
And that, I think, does take away the raise hand function. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. But I believe a couple of them have been moved into participant status.
I see 2 names that are under attendees, but we can see that talking is permitted, although they're muted. But there are clearly fewer people on. I don't know if people left, which you can do, not participants. Good, I see Dr. Bernstein. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, if you could just let us know if you're back, please. And just a reminder also, Madam Clerk, do we know if anybody has been on teleconference and requested also to speak through *9? You are muted, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
I was trying to yell, I'm coming.
I don't have that. We do have someone in the office who's monitoring that, so I can check with them to see. All I have is the same thing you have, which is the
attendees. We lost your microphone. You got muted, but I will say that we don't have to do it right now. But maybe on
we have no one participating by phone. This is Faye.
Okay. Well, if you're watching on webcast and you would like to participate, please join either the Zoom conference or the teleconference and raise your hand. Okay, we are all back now, and so we will resume our hearing. And when we last left off, Ms. Roberts, it was your turn to ask questions of Mr. Casulo. So we'll leave you to that.
Thank you. Mr. Casulo, I just have a couple of questions, and I know you had spoken earlier about the total footprinted size of the landfill, but I want to break that down a little bit. The landfill doesn't fill all of that footprinted size all at one time, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, we do probably anywhere from 15 to 10 acres at a time. that could take anywhere from 2 years to 5 years to fill up.
Okay. And so when the proposed findings, as well as the petition actually refers to a separate cell and then a number, is that how you break down what area of the landfill that's being filled at any given time?
It is, yes.
And so cell number 6, is that what's currently being filled?
Correct, yes.
And when did cell number 6 first open to start receiving actual trash?
In April of 2020.
Okay. And so prior to April of 2020, you had a different cell, but in the same landfill. Where just generally in terms of direction was that relative to the community of Valverde?
It was actually closer. It was to the north of cell 6, fairly in line as far as north-south goes, but due north of cell 6.
Okay, so cell 6 is actually further away, kind of as the crow flies, from the community of Valverde. Have you received? But we're receiving. You've received a number of notices of violation. All of those post-date April of this year. So they've all been in cell 6. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there are other factors than just directional closeness to the community that are at play in odor dispersal from the landfill. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, there's a lot of ridge lines and mountains and different things in different locations. So it all plays into effect.
Okay. How long does the landfill currently anticipate cell 6 will remain open to accept trash?
It only has a life of about another year at most.
And so when the landfill is ready to kind of move on to a different cell, is that a one-day process? Do you just close up at cell 6 and move on to cell 7 in one day?
It's more like 1 week. We have to move tippers into locations. We have to get a base grade of some soft, fluffy trash on the bottom to make sure that we protect the liner. So it's a little bit more than 1 day, but it's very quickly.
Do you plan out which cell might be the next one open more than a week in advance?
Cell 8 is the next one, and it's the furthest south, closest to the entrance that we currently have out by the 126.
So that's currently already planned? Is there any work actually occurring prior to acceptance of trash in cell 8, or is it just in the planning phase right now?
Well, we actually did some bird abatement this year by cutting down the bushes and trees to make sure that no birds are going to be in the area when we do the construction a couple of months from now. We're actually getting the permits in place to start construction, hopefully in March or April.
So it is a somewhat longer term process then for you to open up a new cell once you know one cell is closer to being filled?
As far as construction goes, yes. I assumed you were talking about when we transfer the trash from one cell to the other, but yeah, construction will take almost a year to get completed.
Well, I just want to understand, kind of the overall process. So if we just said, don't put any more trash in cell 6 today, it's not that you could just magically open cell 8 tomorrow. That's correct?
That's correct. Not only do we not have permits yet, we would have hundreds of thousands of yards of dirt to move and liner to place. And yes, it's a long process.
Okay. So next, since you mentioned it, I do want to touch a little bit about the permitting that you have. So you noted previously that you have a conditional use permit from Los Angeles County. Is that what governs the primary operation of the landfill?
We have several permits. That's one of the major ones, yes.
Okay. Is that what sets the actual footprint of the landfill, that conditional use permit?
No. Well, yes and no. It picks up on the planning that we've done with the LEA, which Cal Recycle, and our permit with Cal Recycle has approved. Cal Recycle has basically the jurisdiction of inside the footprint of the landfill, where the county has more of the jurisdiction outside the landfill when it comes to building those footprints.
Okay. And do either of those permits, either with Cal Recycle or the conditional use permit, actually control the amount of trash you can receive?
Yes.
How do they set a restriction on that?
In the conditional use permit, we have restrictions from the county on daily limits, monthly limits, and yearly limits. With Cal Recycle, we have weekly limits, and I believe, I'm not recalling exactly, but I believe there might be a limit to the annual amount.
Okay. Did either of those permits, either with the conditional use permit or the Cal Recycle permit, regulate the type of alternative daily cover that you can use?
Yes, the CUP only allows us at this point in time to use tarps. We are currently talking with the Department of Public Works about other options that you and I have talked about in the past.
And do either of those permits regulate the type of intermediate cover that you currently use?
All of Cal Recycle requirements are listed in their orders, and all landfills pretty much follow the same guidelines within California. So intermediate cover has to be at least 12 inches of compacted soil.
Okay. And does either of those permits actually regulate what hours of the day that you're allowed to operate?
Yes, the CUP does that.
And I think there was a question kind of lingering out from the board. Do you actually contact any other regulatory entities outside of South Coast AQMD when you have received odor complaints? Do you report those to anybody?
We report those to the LEA, who's basically part of Cal Recycle. Okay.
And so I want to touch on one other aspect that you were discussing. You had mentioned that most, or at least a significant part of the trash that the landfill receives is from transfer stations. Can you just elaborate? What's the difference between accepting trash from a transfer station versus something that a different landfill might from a more local source?
Well, a direct haul will pick up anything at the business and take it directly to the landfill. A transfer station will separate a lot of the materials out of the landfill. A lot of transfer stations nowadays in LA County have organic requirements to remove and recycle, along with paper, plastic, those type of materials, glass, and a lot of them do that. Some of them have some small MRFs in front of them, which is a material recovery facility in front of their transfer station. Some of them just do it right there on the transfer floor. But it allows more of the just plain garbage or construction materials that's not usable or reusable to go to the landfill. So it's a little different waste stream than what you would get directly hauled to you from a business or a resident.
Okay. Does that change the size of actual trucks that would be coming to the landfill if they're coming from a transfer station versus a direct haul typically?
Yes, absolutely. Direct haul trucks are usually the ones that are out around the community. They'll carry about 10 tons of garbage, where a transfer truck will take 2 to 3 of those loads and load it up into one big container and bring it out to Chiquita.
Okay. So would that actually limit the total number of trucks you have if or a significant portion of these trucks are actually larger than the average direct haul truck, given that you have limits on the amount of waste you can totally receive?
It does cut down on the emissions and the number of trucks and traffic that we get, simply because they can put more tons in those trucks.
Okay. And so a lot of that waste stream that is coming from transfer stations, those are, just to be clear, you do your facility or your parent companies, do they own the transfer stations or are they under your control?
No, none of the trucks or transfer stations that come to Chiquita are under our control.
Okay, so the direct waste stream, if it's coming from a transfer station, you're not the one sorting it out or directing whether or not it's sorted out, or that's done by the transfer station. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think that is all of my questions for Mr. Casulo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members wish to begin questions. Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Casillo. Do you get any food waste?
Very little, but yeah, there is some restaurants that do probably dump in the LA County area that do make their waste, it actually goes to a transfer station and doesn't get separated. It's not as much as what I've seen in other places, but we do get some.
And there's no prohibition in your permit that prohibits getting food waste?
No, there is not.
Okay. You mentioned there was a hiccup the last 3 months. In your opinion, what caused that hiccup that caused the elevated number of nuisance complaints?
Well, my opinion is there's way too many factors involved. I mean, that's probably why it took us, 2 to 3 months to get to where we're at now and not getting NOVs, but, knocking down all of them, going through our checklist, doing our due diligence on everything that we can and finding whatever factor might be involved in causing any odor issues and making adjustments and tweaks. Whatever it is and everything that we did is what stopped it. That's what I can tell you. There's just so many factors involved that, like I said, we dove into this and, we took everything seriously about every different factor. There's 4 different things. There's gas, there's leachate, there's condensate, there's trash, there's old trash, and we looked at all of them and did everything we could on all factors to get to the point where we're at today with no NOVs.
I think that one of the condition of the order was to retain a consultant. So you have already an existing consultant who's helping you. And what does the consultant mainly do for you?
We haven't chosen a consultant for this condition yet, but we do have a consultant that has been helping with some of the air monitoring devices, looking at air streams and air patterns, initially kind of through our data that we have on site. And we've also worked with them on some of the best practices as far as reducing the working faces, location of some of the fans that we've had moved and relocated. We also talked about a new misting system a little bit closer to the working face rather than just the one on the perimeter. So they've been helping with some of these corrections that we've already mentioned.
And do you know if your consultant consults for other landfills too, or is it exclusively only your Chiquita landfill?
I don't know if they consult. I know they work at other landfills for different things, maybe gas control systems or other things like that, but I'm not sure what they do with other landfills as far as consulting.
And where I was getting at that, so they're probably aware of best practices at other landfills and bring that over and suggest them. Is that a valid assumption?
Absolutely. Yeah, I put my trust in these guys. They've been around for a long time and we've collaborated on a lot of things. I mean, being in the business as long as I have, I've seen a lot of things and these guys are top notch.
And do you also get feedback from the LA or the Department of Public Works on what they found not working at other landfills and what should not be done here?
We do occasionally get some suggestions from them, and we take those seriously too and give them a thought and a try, depending on the location. Some things just aren't feasible. Some are very doable. We do get inspected by Public Works on a monthly basis, and each time the inspector comes out, along with a third-party inspector, which are engineers from another third-party company. Those guys are also experts in the field in landfilling. They've been doing it a long time. We chat a lot about best practices and what can be done, and we take their advice very seriously.
That was one of the best practices I heard in a previous case was the going away from the 9-inch compacted soil because the permeability is not there and going into a more enhanced cover. Have you heard anything about that?
I have. At one point in time, 12 years ago, I worked at Sunshine Canyon Landfill and I understood what they went through. I thought that, my personal experience, I thought that was a huge mistake because you can't get leachate and gas to flow through dirt as easily as you can trash to trash contact. It's a bad habit to get into as far as doing those type of things, but I do understand daily covers and if you can remove those materials to get that trash track contact, that's the best practices for landfills.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Let me go through the order in order. Number one, and that's the condition in the order. Number one is the odor monitoring. So who will be doing the monitoring? Is it your plant personnel who will be conducting the odor monitoring?
Yeah, we have a personnel on site that, in my opinion, has just as good as nose as Larry does, or maybe better, but somebody that we can trust is obviously what we want to do. My nose maybe not as good as most, but yeah, we're putting our best foot forward with this one.
And it's really not a question of nose too, because my nose is terrible, and my wife always tells me that. But the fatigue factor, if somebody is at the plant at the facility all the time, and then to differentiate because their nose is already fatigued, how do you plan to address that?
We've had a couple of different techniques that we've worked with before. A lot of times, if the person has been in the office most of the day or most of the morning, it's not an issue. You're not up in the working face. You're not actually around the trucks that bring the odor to the landfill that you can smell. You can smell a truck when you're right up next to it. When you're further away, you don't have that. So if they're in those conditions or in those situations, they're obviously going to be sent out first. If they're up in the working face area, and we have other people in the office that can go down to the community and check out any complaints, we'll send them also, just to get verification that way. We've also done the whole thing with the having coffee beans and kind of breathing in the coffee beans for a while to kind of refresh your nose. We've heard that technique works pretty well.
And is that something that you'll document in your odor surveillance log? What steps you took to
if necessary, yeah. I mean, if we have a late afternoon or late morning complaint, and we go over there after a little while of being up in the working face, we could document something like that, saying, yeah, we didn't smell anything, but here's the situation we've been in.
Okay. Let me go to condition number, I think it's under operational adjustments, and it's condition number 4, which is the tarp. And have you noticed that when Mr. Israel didn't know exactly what time of the day in the morning you remove the tarp? Typically when do you pull back the tarp to put in new trash?
We usually start our operations 4 in the morning, and we start off at about 4 to 5 foot from the bottom where we're filling. We pull that portion of the tarp up out of a 25 to 30 foot high, working face. We'll pull about 4 to 5 feet up. Sometime around 8 in the morning, we may pull it up a little bit more because we have now trash up to that elevation and that level. So again, we are practicing the reduced working face already, as we stated earlier, and what's in the condition. And we'll just slowly pull that tarp up and off as we need to. Each time we roll that tarp up and off, we'll spray it with deodorizer right away to make sure any of the older trash underneath there is not just, venting into the atmosphere.
And if you didn't do that, if you didn't pull it back slowly and spray odorizer, then that's where you get the high odor potential when you pull back?
Well, there's more potential there, absolutely, because of the size of the face. But again, our best practices is to spray the whole entire area when we do pull it back. And that's what we've done in the years past.
So the order is requiring you to actually stop using the tarp once you go to the Enviro cover. And you said you didn't have much, you had no prior experience with Enviro cover before?
I've seen it in places, and I've read and looked about it. I've learned about it. I've actually talked with the manufacturer a few times now. That's the experience that I have, but I do have operators on site that have worked with it before at other landfills, and I have a mechanic that's actually worked on the machine at other landfills.
And you have agreed in the condition to actually submit a permit application to the Department of Public Works to get approval to do that, correct?
I have reached out to them, yes, and we are starting the communication already.
All right, okay. And I think Ms. Prusak asked this question too. The cover is also weighted down, isn't it? You use ballast, is it you dirt or something to put the, so that the cover doesn't fly off and so forth?
The Enviro cover?
Yeah, the Enviro cover, do you know if they add dirt on top of it to keep weighed down as a ballast?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's a machine that deploys it, and as it's being deployed, there's little streams of dirt coming off the edge and sealing up the edge of each individual cell or each individual strip that goes down. So it does get weighted down by a little bit of dirt, so it doesn't just blow off.
Okay. Let me go to the fans you have. How are the fans currently operated? What's the driver for those fans that you're using currently? What engines are you using?
They're gas engines. They're very small horsepower gas engines.
Okay. So your intention is to go to I think you mentioned either propane if it's allowed or diesel engines to run those huge fans.
Correct.
And okay, and you're working with AQMD with a permit on that you mentioned.
Correct.
One of the requirement of the consultant is to do the monitoring, the study in that community in Valverde is to look at the prevailing wind direction in the past 5 years. And this is in 16A. And do you know if there has been, and I'm not sure if this study, the wind direction is in the community or at the facility. You mentioned you have done you have wind data around the surrounding your landfill, correct?
We have 2 permanent air stations here on our site. And in the near future, we will have 5 additional units placed out and around the landfill. And in the very near future, we'll have some in the community too.
But nothing in the community right now, correct?
Correct.
So, and I'm not entirely clear on the condition, but it says the study shall include an assessment of prevailing wind direction and speeds throughout the course of the past 5 calendar years. And it refers to the community in Valverde. So so there's no data right now in the community on wind data except at your landfill, basically.
Again, I don't know if there is or not. We do have it at our landfill, and just on the ridge line next to us, the fire station, California, I think it's County Training Center. I believe they have some wind information there too that might be available to us, but I don't know about the community at this point.
Okay. And now it's the order is requiring, now are you going to hire another consultant? How many consultants are you going to be hiring in the order? I'm not sure if it's the same consultant or is it going to be a separate consultant to do different aspects of the work? What's your understanding?
Well, my understanding would be 1 consultant, and if they needed help from third party or another type of consultant that's more of an expert, that would be up to them to hire. Okay,
so 1 consultant. It says retain the consultant, so it could be your existing consultant, and then they can subcontract the work to somebody else based on the requirements. Is that your understanding?
I assume so. Yeah, as long as the work is getting done, I think when the expert in the field is who we want.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Mr. Casulo, I wanted to ask, throughout your testimony a number of times, you've mentioned that, I don't know if you've insinuating this or you've actually said you feel that you have solved issues already because you haven't had an NOV in a while. But I wanted to explore that a little bit because Mr. Israel testified that at this time of year, there are Santa Ana winds, and that in his experience in verifying complaints and looking at the odors that went into the NOVs in the past, a big problem was stagnant wind conditions. So would you say that's a huge factor potentially in why there are so many fewer complaints at this time of year, and perhaps there's more work to be done?
I would say that it's partially correct that, you know, the winds, when they do blow from the north, obviously we're not going to get complaints from a community from the north. But being here at the landfill and looking at all the data that we have, the winds only have blown from the north maybe a minimum of 10% of the time over the last couple of months. It doesn't always come that direction. It's still blowing in the conditions and the same direction that it has in the past. And that's why we know, and that's why we feel that we've made major headway in this issue that we have. So we're looking at all the data, and we're making sure that, you know, everything is being checked off, and it's not just seasonal or wind conditions that are saving us.
Okay, because I want to leave it at the progress is being made, but it hasn't been solved, and that's why we're here today looking at potential additional conditions that can hopefully reduce the odors further. Another question I had, it does seem, as Ms. Roberts was questioning and asking, that, and also based on Mr. Israel's testimony, that the current working face may be a major factor where it is positioned. The timing of it being positioned there in April, right before all of the NOVs have been issued, as well as what Mr. Israel said about the fact that in the past, the working face has been behind mountain or some other obstruction, which is not currently the case. So the question I had originally was, can it be moved? And I know that Ms. Roberts explored that with you a little bit, and it can't be moved to cell 8. But short of cell 8, is there another place in cell 6 or in the previous cell that might give a better positioning where it could temporarily be moved? And the reason why I ask that is because the couple of conditions that I see in this order, based on all the evidence we've heard and the testimony we've heard so far today, that will actually potentially have more of an impact, will take some time. So for example, bringing in additional orchard fans, they have to be permitted by the district. Putting a different kind of cover, the Enviro cover, that doesn't have to be peeled away, even, 40, leaving 60 or 70%. That also has to go through permitting and getting into the CUP. So can we explore whether there are any other possibilities for the working face for that period of time, waiting for these other measures to come into play?
Yes, we can explore it. It's the way that the landfills are built and designed nowadays. It is, getting into a new cell is going to be our best option to move the landfill working face completely out of the area that you're talking about. And that does take time. There's no doubt about that. What we have done, and I think you've heard it from Mr. Israel, is we do move the working face when we hear that there's complaints coming in. The next day we move it to a location that we think may be a little bit safer, a little bit better. But overall, over 6-7 months of time, you can't just stay in that one area because you just max out with your height, and then you would have to eventually go back. So we try and pick and choose what we can do with the working face according to the wind conditions that we see and the forecasts that we're getting, not only on our phone, but through our computers. We have, probably 3 or 4 different guys here that have 5 different websites that we look at on a regular basis, and we check wind conditions, and we check what the barometric pressure is going to be, and all of those type of things. So we do the best we can with the space that we are given right now until that next cell is built.
But in particular, you said 6 or 7 months or 8 months or whatever time frame you just said. But given the time frame for the conditions that might make a difference, that's less than that amount of time. We're talking about maybe 30 days after receiving a permit, or I think in one case 60 days after receiving a permit, or 90 days. For that period of time, is there a more, you said, more safe location that might help to reduce the impact in the interim within cell 6 or even the previous cell if it's not full?
And I think we are doing that the best that we can at this point in time, because again, the evidence shows that are not only the NOVs dropped off, but the complaints have dropped down really low. So we're doing the best we can with that. Yes.
Do we have a number for November? Because October there were 50, and I don't think that we could characterize that as a low number of complaints.
Well, compared to
Perhaps
September,
relatively speaking.
I was
but-
going to say compared to September, there's 150.
Yes, but so relative to where there was a huge amount of complaints, yes, it's definitely dropped. But I don't think anyone would agree that 50 complaints in a month is, I don't know how many are verified, but would be an acceptable number. So, so again, obviously there's more that can be done. So I guess I just wanted to have an answer. Is that a possibility? Is there a potential place that you don't have to now go through a whole year full of construction and construction permits, et cetera, to get ready, that is in a better location in terms of impact that you could use temporarily while we're awaiting these larger impact conditions? And if there isn't, then there isn't. But if there is, then I'm looking for that answer.
Yeah, no, the short answer is there's not, and we're going to do the best we can in the areas that we know are safer than others. Let's put it that way, with what we know and how we can plan ahead.
Do you have any thoughts or any ideas as to why Mr. Israel testified that most complaints have come in between the areas of the time of 7 and 9 in the morning? What might be different during that time that is not similar? Because as you said, the working phase begins to open at 4 in the morning and you're open till 5.
Again, there's so many factors involved. I can't pinpoint any particular one. I think, wind patterns, wind conditions have a lot to play into it. And I believe Larry talked about that as far as, early morning, I believe he said was low to no winds. And that's when he tends to have more of his complaints and where he goes out and sees that. And that's one thing that we're looking into, obviously, because with our wind fans and the conditions and the placement of them, we believe that we're getting them in the right spot now. We're knocking down those odors a lot more than we have in the past, when there's not Santa Ana conditions blowing, when there's those typical patterns that Larry's talked about.
In the findings, this was just a little confusing, so I'd like to clarify it. The proposed findings on page 3, it states respondent also retained, and it says past tense, retained a third-party consultant to conduct a wind study of the landfill canyon area to inform potential future mitigation measures. Was there a study done already? What does that mean that it was retained? I just wanted to understand what that meant.
We had our consultant come in and grab the wind data that we have on site for the last 3 years to look at wind patterns, not only seasonally, but monthly, and break it down for us so that we could understand what the wind patterns are in the locations where our wind monitors are. And then get some advice from them. So again, we recognize it and we've seen these patterns before, and we know what's going on, but having that third party come on board and give us that information just gives us a little bit extra knowledge, a little bit more information.
Have the results of that wind study been shared with the district?
I believe they have. Catherine, you've gotten copies of our wind data, right? The windrows?
We have received the direct results of that wind study, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And have there been any conclusions, and in particular with regard to the time of the most complaints at 7 to 9 in the morning with regard? Is it other than what you said in terms of, and what Mr. Israel said, no wind during that time?
That is, I guess, what you would call the most critical time for us. That's when we're on most high alert and doing everything that we can do, just simply from the information we got from the AQMD, the wind patterns, and what they believe they're finding in the neighborhood at that time.
And that's the question. Is that what the wind study showed, to your knowledge?
It's consistent with that.
This is a very small question, but on page 6, proposed condition number 4, talking about placing the tarp covers over the waste at the end of each day, it says Monday through Friday. But you're open Saturday too, correct?
Yes, but we do a full cover with dirt on Saturday night, just simply because we're closed on Sunday.
Okay, so just because Saturday is not included in there doesn't mean it's not going to be covered at the end of the day, Saturday.
No, we'll still cover, definitely.
Okay, moving on to those conditions that I was talking about, which I think the evidence is showing so far will probably have the most impact. I wanted to just ask about timing. So starting with condition 8, starting on page 6, this is with regard to the orchard fans, I believe. Yes. Okay, so in there it gives 60 days to apply. Is that the shortest amount of time necessary to apply if you already have those orchard fans on hand and you've already used them in the past? Do you need 60 days in order to get your application together for a modification to your Title V permit?
I can say that we're going to do the best we can to get it done before that. But there is other factors involved with other manufacturers and information that's needed. So, it's not completely all in our hands. We got to get the information from them. I think it's a fair amount of time, but obviously we will try our best to do it sooner. I mean, we've already reached out to get that information a few weeks ago, and we've been working hard to get it. The fans themselves, the manufacturer that build these fans, this is their busiest time of the year. So it's very hard for them to break away from what they're doing to help out at any given time. And I think we kind of mentioned that to the council, because this is the wintertime. Orchard fans are used during the wintertime to kind of keep the orchards and the fields, from frosting over.
I understand, but the situation that we are being confronted with, again, we're not finding nuisance or anything today, but these are some alarming numbers. And so these few conditions that hopefully will bring relief to the community, I think I don't want to be more conservative on the amount of time we're leaving. So if we can get any of this time frame down, I think that at least I would feel a lot more comfortable. So something to think about, whether Chiquita could agree to less time on that. And also, why 90 days to place them into operation after we're deploying them? What needs to be done in that 90 days, and why is 90 days needed?
From my understanding, depending on the engine that's approved, not all engines are sitting on the shelf. They need to be made, and it takes a little while to get those ordered.
Okay. Okay, moving now to the other condition that I'm focused on, which is the landfill cover, condition number 12. I'm trying to look at remind myself how long you're given. So you're requesting authorization to use the Enviro cover within 14 days. In your experience with the LEA and Los Angeles County Department of Public Works, how long does it normally take for this kind of approval?
For this kind of approval, we've been asking for a lot bigger approvals that take a lot longer. I haven't worked with them on anything that may be a little bit less. I mean, we're talking big permits as far as getting new cells together and things like that. I don't know. I can't really answer that question. I would hope that, once we get our information to them, they'll turn it around as quickly as possible, but I can't answer that. I don't know.
Is it possible to request anything to be expedited given the severity of the situation and a pending order?
Yes,
I think Ms.
absolutely.
Pruzak, it already says that.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, number 12, it says including requesting paying for expedited processing.
Oh, sorry, I might have missed that.
That's okay.
Okay, and then 30 days after receiving approval. Why 30 days?
It's a matter of getting the equipment to us. We've talked with the manufacturer already. They have units in Indiana that they can lease and rent out right away, but they don't know the availability on any given day, depending on who else is kind of stepping in. So they would need a little bit of time to, one, get a hold of one, and two, to get it out to us.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my questions. Oh, just one other question. We've used, the different words have been used for whatever is misted and sprayed on the trash, neutralizer, and I think you might have used the word deodorizer. Which is it?
It's really a neutralizer. It's an odor neutralizer.
And does it have a strong scent?
No, we get the non-scented.
Okay, great. Thank you. Board members, additional questions for Mr. Casulo?
I have one just as a follow-up of your question, Ms. Pruzak. Can I? Mr. Casulo, I think Ms. Pruzak asked a question about the engine and the concern about the time frame in getting in the engines for running those fans. Have you looked or explored the possibility of renting a portable various location engine to bring it on site in the interim while you're going through the permitting process and the delivery of those engines?
Absolutely, we have. And again, it's one of the busiest times of the year for these guys. So it's difficult, but we're still working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Senator?
Okay.
A question. Are you a member of the LEA?
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Prusak, we've lost a board member, Verdugo Peralta.
Oh,
Trying to pay attention to that.
She's trying to call in. So if you could just hold up just a bit.
Okay. Hopefully we didn't lose her a while ago.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Prusak, I show that we have one phone call-in listener, but I'm not able to ascertain who it is.
It's a 714 number. It's probably Miss Verdugo Peralta.
Yes, there's.
Yes, it's me.
Okay, all right. Okay, we're Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how long were you?
Well, okay, let me, my internet just came back on, so let me try and get back on to the actual meeting. There I am. Okay, I'm hanging up.
Why is there a timer on the screen? Is somebody sharing the screen with a timer?
I don't have that access.
Is
But you
that?
can hear and see me now, right?
I'm sorry, but somebody put up a share screen with the timer. And if they could remove it, please. How do I know whose screen that is?
I think you can actually just change the view to a gallery view rather than speaker view.
So my view changed. Thank you.
Julie, Madam Chair,
Yeah, it was my view changing somehow.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Paul.
I apologize. What it is that I've got Dominic Tung on the phone with me. We have 3 Zooms back to back. I'm handing the chair, the host over to him. He's the host now. I have to jump in another AB 617 meeting now, and I have another one after that. So he thought that he needed to put the timer up. We apologize. Carry on.
Thank you.
But you guys can see and hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
One question for you, Ms. Verdugo Peralta. Do you know when you left the meeting?
You were right at the end of a question that had to do with, I lost the end of that sentence, but you were questioning about, I think it was hours of operation.
Do you?
I was so intent on writing the questions I wanted to ask that I did not hear your last question.
Here's what
But I've
I'm
only been off, I haven't been off more than 5 minutes.
Okay, so what I'm going to suggest is that on a break for the afternoon, that you go back to the, can you go back to the webcast, or that doesn't go up until after? Do you know?
I don't think it goes on until after.
All right, I hate to try to reconstruct what might have been missed. The question had been whether they're open on Saturday. The answer had been because of condition.
I got that. I got that.
The answer to that. Then I asked questions with regard to timing for condition 8 and condition 12.
I didn't hear that.
Okay. The question had been for number 8 was with regard to those are the orchard fans and whether they could shrink down the time frame of the 60 days to try to shorten that. And that will be something I believe that will be explored to see if we can shrink that down.
Ms. Prusek,
Yes.
I'm sorry. She can view.
Oh, she can.
She'll be able to view it like on a break if she wants to do that.
And I would prefer that, please. On a
Okay.
break. It was around 1:15. That was when we were told that you were off. So about the
I don't
5
know if it froze for a while. I don't know.
Okay, so around that time, around 1:15.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So then, Senator, you were asking questions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Casulo, are you a member of the LAA?
I am not.
Are you participate at their meetings, or do you designate someone to attend the meetings?
In any of the LEA meetings? No.
Yes. So you're not represented at the meetings at all?
No, I don't go to any of
You
the
are,
LEA.
you are your designate.
No.
Well,
I'm not clear on what meetings you're talking about. I don't participate in LEA meetings.
LEA, you don't participate.
No, if they call me up or need information from me, I'm more than willing to help them out, but I'm not part of an LEA group.
Well, are you aware that the public testifies before the LEA?
I am not.
They do. And if it's relating to the land canyon that you're the manager of, then that probably is what the case is. You should have some interest in that. Hearing what the public have to say. You have a hotline, correct?
I
told
do.
me you had a hotline that and they have complaints, that you go out and review these complaints that they call about. Is that correct?
I do go out and review complaints that were called about. Yes.
That's right. You also said you have the occasion to work with the AQMD inspector, Mr. Israel, about those complaints. Is that correct?
Occasionally, yes.
You're very hesitant. I mean, just be fluent with it. And maybe you don't understand me clearly. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not understanding the questioning because I don't know of any LEA meetings that the LEA has. I know we have CAC meetings that the LEA attends and the community is there, and I'm involved with those, but I guess the question is very confusing to me. Sorry.
Is your landfill completely contained within the LA, within the county of Los Angeles?
It is.
The city of LA participate in those LAA meetings, or do you know that?
Again, I don't know of any LEA meetings.
Can you just remind the public and the board what LEA stands for, please?
It's Lead Enforcement Agency.
It's a government agency?
It's part of the county health department who works for Cal Recycle.
Thank you.
Well, as the LEA members or the leading members of the LEA, they switch from one year to have the county chairs in those meetings. Next year they have the city chair in those meetings. I think the city of LA participates in that. Is that not correct? You don't know that either.
I do not know that. I'm sorry.
How long you work at this landfill, you say?
I've worked at this landfill for 10 years.
Well, I'm surprised that you don't know too much about the LEA, which really has some control or your operation, because the Board of Public Works are members of that LEA, and that's what they require the complaints. And if they have complaints, they bring it to your attention. Is that not correct?
They do bring it to my attention. We do have LEA people that come to our site, and whenever we do get complaints that are filed with the LEA, they let us know. But again, I don't know of any meetings or any groups that meet with the LEA. I'm not involved in that. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's get to what you do. You say you have a hotline where complaints, people call and make register complaints. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
In the course of this month period that is in question, how many complaints have you received on the hotline?
0.
Have you received any ever?
Yes.
Okay. In what way do you associate those complaints with Mr. Israel and whether or not they compare?
I don't compare those with Mr. Israel. We get the complaints in and we're required to let the LEA and Public Works know about the complaints, but we are not required to let the AQMD know.
You're not required to let AQMD know. I thought you knew in your testimony, you were saying that you sort of talked to Mr. Israel regarding, coordinate with him, his complaints and yours. Is that not correct?
We don't compare those. We understand what Mr. Israel complaints are. He tells us what he gets as far as complaints when he comes onto our site. And
you tell him what you get, or you don't?
If we get one on the same day that he happens to be here, we may mention it to him, but.
What about at any time? At any time, you tell him about the complaints that you have?
Again, I can't recall a time that we have lately, no.
Well, my noise going on. Let me close my door.
He disappeared into the ocean.
Sorry about that. Do you keep a log of all the complaints you receive on your hotline?
Yes.
And you, at any time you turn that log over to the AQMD?
No.
If they requested it, do you have it available to give it to them?
Yes.
That may be something that we should require through comparative analysis. All right, thank you very much. You don't seem to know too much about what's going on out there.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Casula, let's go back to the orchard fans. Are those the only type of fans that you have?
No, right now, currently we have what I call the Hollywood style fans that are 7 feet in diameter. They can go up and down and change directions.
Okay, so they're oscillating.
They do oscillate, yes.
Okay, how many of those do you have?
I have 7 of those.
7 7-footers. Okay, and then you have the orchard fans, right?
We have orchard fans on site that aren't permitted to use at this point in time, yes.
How many of those do you have?
I have 3.
Okay, and what are their sizes? What's their diameter?
Oh, I think it was, I'm just guessing, but somewhere between 15 and 17 feet.
In diameter?
Yes.
Okay. So the motors that you utilize to run these fans, is there one for each? So there's a total of 10 motors? Is that correct?
No, the motors that we have on the fans currently that are operational are engines that are smaller than 50 horsepower. They're not required a permit. So we're running those now. It's just the 3 new motors that we're needing an application of permit.
So how many motors are you going to have total?
3 new, 3 in the application.
Plus existing?
Existing 7 fans that are already operational and don't need a permit.
Okay, I'm just getting, how many motors do you have right now?
I have 0 motors as far
So you're
as the
gonna-
new ones.
Okay, so when you get the new ones, you'll still have only 3 motors? Is that right? To run 10 fans, is that right? Or am I getting this wrong?
We are going to be running 10 fans once we get the 3 new motors. Yes.
Okay, but the 3 new motors are all that's going to be running the fans. Is that correct?
No, the 7 motors that are currently running the 7 fans will be running those fans. And
Plus
then
3.
the 3 new motors will run 3 new fans.
So you'll have 10 motors.
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right, I got how many? Are these motors portable?
The motor is not portable. It goes with the unit, but the units are portable. I can move them around on site.
Okay. I got the diameter, and these are also going to be less than 50 horsepower, the new ones?
No, they're not. That's why they need a permit.
Okay, how much horsepower are they going to be, more or less?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not in the mechanical field. I don't know how many.
Okay, that's okay.
More than 50.
Okay, more than 50. Have you ever considered, based on the location where you're at, and you do get quite a bit of wind up there, has there ever been a consideration to utilize alternate source of energy, such as solar or wind?
For what purpose?
To run, instead of running it off of an engine that requires gas or diesel, which is polluting, has there ever been a consideration to use either solar or wind to run those engines?
Right now, in my understanding is there's no availability of anything for solar or for wind power to run those engines.
There is, but I just wanted to know if you'd explored it yet. Okay. All right, that's all I had. There's several companies right around you that are in the and who work with the AQMD on alternative energy, and Aero Environment being one of them, that do new technology. They're on the forefront, but to reduce any amount of pollution that's coming out of your facility, it might be something you may want to just even ask about.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oh, Dr. Bernstein, and then Senator, you had follow-ups.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gasso. Thank you for your testimony today. I know it's been a long day so far. I have a couple of questions. Do you have any idea of any complaints that you received in November?
We have not received any complaints in November.
None so far, none in November. Okay. The other question I have is, it's been asked several times, but I'm just trying to get my own head around it as to the why. We had such a concentration of complaints from July through September. And the consultant has been on board for how long? You've hired a consultant, right?
We hired the consultant, I want to say in maybe August, late or early September.
Okay. So with your expertise and consultant on board, the critical thinking is what? Is there any idea or to propose of why we had such a concentration of complaints during those several months?
Again, even with the consultant on board and talking with them and going through some of the data, there's so many different factors. At the very beginning, we believe that it may have been a gas type of odor that they may have been smelling in the neighborhood, but it turns out after Mr. Israel telling us what he knows, that it may not have been. So again, the factors involved in running a landfill and trying to pinpoint it down to one particular item or one particular thing, it's just too difficult. We tried everything we could to get it down to where we're at now. Let's put it that way. We didn't spare any cost or any expense. We went after everything that could be a factor of producing odors.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Senator.
When you get a complaint on your hotline, do you send someone out to investigate?
Yes.
Okay. The number of stops we have here for monitoring, 1 through 10, the locations, usually any of those complaints come from either of those locations?
Most of the complaints that we have gotten are somewhere in that location, in one of those locations, yes.
And you have a record of it?
We keep a record of all our complaints and when they get here, yes.
Sounds like a good condition for me, thank you.
Okay. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Casulo? While we have you, Mr. Casulo, there's been a number of small things that have been raised that would require stipulation if we changed it. So I just wanted to ask you now if you would agree to some of these changes. I was trying to keep track of them. First of all, I believe it was a question that the senator asked. It might have been the senator or Mr. Balagopalan. In any event, it has to do with monitoring condition 1B, and where it lists all of those 10 locations. And the question was, are you doing some of those on a day, all of those on a day? And I think you said, or maybe it was a question to Mr. Israel. And Mr. Israel said it takes no more than an hour to do all of that. Is the intention to do all of those locations every morning?
Yes.
Okay, so then could we make that clearer by changing 1B, where it says respondent shall conduct odor surveillance at all the following surveillance locations?
I know from the district.
Sorry, no objection.
Not from the district, no.
And if for any of these you want time or you want to consult with anyone, just let me know, and I'll just let you know that these are the changes that have been raised. So while I have you, I wanted to ask. Do you want me to just go through them and then we can raise it at another time?
Sure.
Also with 1C, was raised, I believe, by Mr. Israel with regard to the fact that weather conditions were noted, perhaps it doesn't have to be at every stop, but just weather conditions for the day, each day. And also Mr. Balagopalan mentioned, could we also add something along the lines of where whoever conducted the odor surveillance came from immediately, whether they just came from the landfill, et cetera, so that there could be, if there is any kind of odor fatigue or smell fatigue, that's noted. And I noticed you said you would be willing to do that. But again, that's just out there as something else to add. The senator raised questions with regard to whether or not you reported to in the past, and the answer was no, but would you report to the district those complaints that come in on your 1-800 number? You had said you would if asked. So I wonder if in condition two with the each month's odor surveillance log, if we could add to that, that respondent shall include in the monthly log community complaints logged by their 1-800 number. So just a list of the complaints so that there's one, so you have all the odor surveillance, you have the AQMD complaints, and you also have any complaints that come to the facility that are being logged in one place. And I think that was all so far. So, and also a consideration as to shortening any of those timeframes that were mentioned for conditions 8 and 12, so that we can try to get those conditions and those things in operation as quickly as possible. And if there's anything I've missed, board members, please let me know. Mr. Vogel.
I was going to add one. I don't think it's something you missed, but since we asked both parties if they agree, if the consultant they're hiring, if they can make a list of all the best practices at either, that they're aware of from different landfills or different studies, and list them and categorize it by, by daily cover, by intermediate, permanent, landfill gas collection, and at the next meeting when they come back before the board, they can provide that.
All right, so for both parties to consider, and we can, and if you're keeping a list of those things, maybe on the next break, those can be discussed. We can come back for those. Okay.
One final question.
Yes.
What supervisorial district the landfill is located in? Who's the supervisor, if you know? You didn't hear me?
Which question?
Sorry, Senator. Steve, I think that question was
I
directed
believe
to
it's Supervisor Barger.
Kevin Barger, yes, and in fact, she had, I don't know if she has somebody still in attendance, but she did have someone in attendance earlier today. Oh yes, I see. I believe it's Mr. Gerard DeJornia.
We should probably hear from him before they leave.
What I could do is, if you want, I can ask right now if there are members or if there are officials. I know that there also was somebody from Senator Scott Wilkes' office. I don't think I see that person any longer. But if there is a member or a public official who wanted to be heard, if you want to, well, there are already hands that are raised. But I don't know, sorry, let me see if I got anything more. But Mr. DeJonia, if you wanted to speak, okay, you're being elevated. If you wish to speak, Mr. and I'm sorry, I butcher names, Degonia. Please let us know. I don't know if you want to turn on your camera. You've been elevated to panelist. I don't know if you're here just to monitor what's the hearing today, or if you wish to be heard today, or if you wish to be heard later. I'm not here. I'm not seeing anything. So I'll ask again when I ask for public comment, but to answer the question. Sorry. To answer the question, yes, that is who is the supervisor, and we can see if we can get comments later. All right, so with that, are there any other questions for Mr. Casulo before we move on to Chiquita's next witness? I believe there were 2 witnesses. No?
Madam Chair, there's only one witness for Chiquita.
Oh, okay. I thought you had mentioned 2 people that were with you today. Okay, so then do we have any other questions that have not been answered? All right, so then what I'd like to do then, well, let's go back to Ms. Roberts. You had an engineer that was available if there were any remaining questions. And I know Mr. Balagopalan had indicated that you had some questions. Do you have any questions that remain?
No, I think that it's been answered. You know, it was regarding the engines, and I think that it's been covered already. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think we need to take a break. First of all, there are all of those outstanding potential changes or amendments to the order. And I'd like to have the parties discuss those and at least amongst themselves, but if they want to talk together, that's fine too. Also, I want to alert, one moment, I just want to alert the members of the public who might be viewing the webcast that when we come back, once we answer those questions, we're going to turn at that time. So very soon, say within the next 15 to 20 minutes, when we come back, we will be turning to public comment. And so if you still have not raised your hand or said pressed *9 if you're in a teleconference and you wish to be heard, please do so. If you did raise your hand and your hand was taken down because you were moved over from one column to the other, please re-raise your hand and we'll start taking those comments. Senator, you had something else to add?
The public has been here since this morning. Can they wait, or do they have to leave between now and the next 15 minutes? Maybe you want to ask somebody.
I think they can wait for 15 minutes. I think we need to give everybody an opportunity to know that if they want to comment, this is the time. And also I'd like to have the parties take a break, and it's a good time for a break. So let's take a 15-minute break for all of that to occur. And again, any member of the public who wishes to be heard, that will be your opportunity at around 2 o'clock. So please come onto Zoom or call into the teleconference and let us know you wish to be heard. We are off the record until 2 o'clock.
Oh, Teresa, are you there? Or anybody from staff? Where do you know, Julie, where I find that written, the written questions that I missed? Where that would be, since I can't get it on video?
You can't get it on video? I thought they said you could.
Oh, I just thought they said I couldn't, that I could read it.
No, you can view it, not read it. You can go back because it's live streamed, so you can, and it's recorded, so you should be able to go back to it and see that area that you missed.
Okay.
It is available for you to go back.
Do I have to go to aqmd.gov?
You can go to that.
How do I do it from here?
You would go to aqmd.gov and just go to webcast and then for today.
Okay, I can figure out that part.
Okay.
But we're going to be coming back now, I think, right?
All right, I'll wait. Or I can do it on, you know what? I can do it on my laptop.
It was questions about how quickly they could do conditions 8 and 12.
Okay.
Which we're going to still be hearing a little bit more about, I think.
Well, then do you think I need to look at it?
I don't know if you can look at it now because it's still live streaming. And so when you go to the web, it's actually picking up what's going on right now.
Right. And with no ability to move it backwards. So.
Right.
Because I didn't really miss that much. I did
No,
miss
it wasn't
8 and 12. But if we're going to discuss it again.
And we'll discuss it in deliberations. So anything that you might have missed, we'll fill you in. It's not like you missed some huge chunk of evidence.
Oh, it wasn't that long, remarkably.
You should be able to go back to it and see that area that you missed.
Okay.
It is available for you to go back.
It is? Okay.
ULO.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And so, but just to provide the board some background, can you kind of explain how you got your start in the waste industry?
Who's watching that? Someone was watching that.
Yeah, I don't know. I do hear it, but I don't know where it's coming from.
Sorry, that was me, Faye.
Okay, I think we're just waiting for the parties because all of the board members are back. I know the clerk's office is back.
Julie?
Yes.
While we're waiting, there were some documents for tomorrow's cases, and just want to make sure at the end that you remind the board members about those documents for both.
Sorry.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, so there was a response to my question for the one that has been on consent.
Was your question submitted today?
Well, I actually had sent it in on Monday night, but I think it was missed yesterday. And then this morning, I think Rosalinda sent it.
Okay, I will check with her. I was basically going from what happened yesterday because today I've just been in here because.
Oh, we lost you there. Did I lose? Is everybody here?
That's me.
Yeah.
It keeps going.
I think yesterday we got from the two different cases, both of them.
Okay.
One was photographs for the.
Oh, right.
And the other one was markup changes for the,
Oh, that's different, right? I think that was just, they were giving us a red line version, correct?
Yeah, red line version, that's it. Yeah, those are for the two cases tomorrow.
All right. I'm hoping to receive a declaration with some additional information, or I had said I would need to take it off consent.
Okay, I will check with Rosalinda to see how that's coming along, or if it come, so then you can just let us know.
I'd hoped they would get it yesterday, but you guys are so inundated that it just got lost amongst.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but yeah, some things happened and.
No, it's totally understandable, but I hope it hasn't set them back. Okay, we're still waiting for the parties to come back. It's after 2. Parties can hear me. I like to come back on the record, and I like to begin taking public comment. I don't know if Ms. Roberts or Mr. Dujinski can hear me. Maybe they're discussing the changes. It is 2:05 and the board is awaiting to go back into session. We're waiting for the parties.
Madam Chair, we're on an outside call
right now on the.
Oh, hold on a second. We're on a call with the facility and we're just trying to hammer out a few things. Can we have a few more minutes?
Yes, and while you're hammering out a few more minutes, the designated date.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So the last one was.
Wait, Catherine, I'm so sorry.
6.
Catherine, can you hold on a second? She's going to give me something else she wants to ask. Hold on.
Designated date for the comeback status.
Sorry,
hearing.
hold on. Julie, for some reason I can't really hear you. And I don't know if it's because I'm on this other call. Hold on. I can't leave computer audio
Maybe
settings.
it makes sense for everyone to come back onto the hearing and we'll take public comment because
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go off of this call and I will come back and then I'll log back on. Hold on one second. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, well, I can hear you if you want to relay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was wondering if maybe the party should come back. We should take public comment because sometimes based on comments of the public, we may have additional changes we might want to recommend or have the parties consider. Also, I've noted that the date for the status hearing that's in here is a Monday. So we're going to need to change that. Am I right about that? Yeah, March 15th, 2021 is a Monday.
The Ides of March.
So if you can relay to Ms. Roberts, Ms. Reichart, Mr. Dujinski, that we should go back on the record and take public comment.
Okay.
Okay, we should be getting back on. I let Catherine know. Oh, here she is.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Dujinski. Okay, great. We're back on the record then. And I was trying to relay, I'm hoping that the parties heard, but the date set for return status hearing is a Monday. So we'll have to change that. And I was hoping for an earlier date, but we can discuss that at another time after we hear from the public members. Okay, so we are at that point in the hearing where we would like to take the comments of members of the public. And let me make sure that, I don't know if Paul or someone else is now in charge of the timer. But we just had 4 hands, but now I see that there are 3. So I'm hoping we're not losing members of the public, but please re-raise your hand if your hand has gone down.
Madam Chair, there is someone on the panelist side that has their hand raised as well. So that's.
And that person, thank you. And that person, actually, I was going to call first because I believe that person had her hand up first thing this morning. So we're going to take her comments first. And we're going to give her 3 minutes. And what I'd like to do before we begin the timer, I'm going to unmute microphones. I'm going to call your name, unmute your microphone. Please, for each speaker, please tell us your full name. Please spell your full name for the record. And please tell us that you took the oath today. And then we will start the 3-minute timer, and you'll have 3 minutes. And then please, we won't mute your microphone right away because I'm going to ask the parties and the board members if anyone has any questions with regard to your testimony. So I'm going to begin, and I apologize if I pronounce names incorrectly, but with Ms. Sarah Alaguez. And I'm going to unmute your microphone. No.
It's unmuted.
It is unmuted. Is that Ms. Alaguez?
Olaguez.
Alaguez, I'm sorry. Ms.
Okay.
Alaguez, can you begin by telling us your full name and spell it for the record for us?
It's Sarah, S-A-R-A-H, Olaguez, O-L-A-G-U-E-Z.
Okay.
And I did take the oath.
Wonderful. And if we could start the 3-minute timer, Ms. Alaguez, please proceed with your comments today.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that it is frustrating as a community that there was a lot of talk about, I guess, sorry, I had this all organized, but now I'm not. This is affecting our community a lot. And there was from my understanding, I haven't lived here this long, but there was about 20 years ago, it was said that the landfill was going to close, and that did not happen. And there are many different things that in the community we are experiencing. The odor issues is definitely one of them for sure, but it also is affecting our health. And I don't know if that's something that air quality management deals with, but I think that's also something that needs to be addressed. I moved here about 3 years ago, and since then I've been experiencing really bad migraines. There's been a number of other health issues with my family specifically, and I know other members of the community. And Chiquita Canyon, they always have this thing where they say, we're good neighbors. And that is very frustrating because from my experience, you have not been good neighbors. And it's very frustrating to, when we do bring things up as a community to the landfill, they basically call us liars or they dismiss our concerns. And I guess I don't have any major questions, but I feel like there's a lot more regulations that need to be put in place. And there is another site that the landfill could be moved to that is way farther away from residential homes. And unfortunately, we're a small community that is not a super wealthy community. And it is being very hard for us to get the support that we need and to get better quality air for our families. Yeah, I see that my time is up.
And please don't go away, Ms. Alaguez. We will have questions, I know I will, for you as well. Thank you for your comments and coming today and being with us through this entire hearing. We really appreciate it. I'm going to ask Ms. Roberts first if you have any questions for Ms. Alaguez.
I have no questions for her, but I thank her for her testimony today.
Thank you. Mr. Dujinski, do you have any questions for Ms. Alaguez?
Same, but also thank you, Ms. Alaguez, for your testimony.
I have some more questions. I would like to know a little bit more about how you are impacted. I know you mentioned you suffer from migraines. You said other health issues with your family. Can you be a little more specific? And did those also begin when you moved to your current house 3 years ago?
Yes, I have a daughter who has had asthma, and it has gotten she only had like a few bouts of it, and she's had more. So it seemed to have flared up once we moved here. And honestly, when we first moved here, we didn't realize how large of the effect was of the air from the landfill until we'd been here probably about 6 months to a year. And that's when we kind of realized just how much the air was affecting us.
Were you present during the hearing when Ms. Roberts showed the photographs with the area that was immediately more impacted along Lincoln Avenue and some other do you live in that area?
Yeah, I live on Harding Avenue, which is right next to Lincoln.
Okay. Would you say that this year you have noticed odors more strongly than in past years?
Yes, I would say this year, especially in the summer months, it's been a little bit more prominent. But I would say overall, it's been pretty consistent. And I will say also that some members of the community, not every single time do we call in. A lot of times I'm leaving my house and we don't have cell service for a period of time. Around here, we have pretty crummy cell service. So as soon as I leave my property, I don't have cell service until I'm far past Chiquita Canyon landfill. And so it's not always the easiest to call in at every single time we're smelling an odor or experiencing. And sometimes it's not even an odor. Sometimes it's just like dizziness that we're experiencing as well. I certainly have experienced that sometimes just going outside, or more so in the summer because we have the windows open. You are getting a lot more of the outside unfiltered air.
Thank you. And have you noticed in the last few months, October, November, beginning of December, any difference? I know you said it's worse in the summer months, but aside from that, have you noticed it getting better in terms of odors or your dizziness?
It's been less so. Also, the winds have the winds are blowing north, or they're coming from the north and blowing past us. So I think that changes the direction. I'm not like a meteorologist or anything, but it changes the direction that the airflow is coming into us. So we're getting less exposure that way. And yeah, so I haven't experienced as many health issues. And I know I'm not alone in this. I know other members of the community have experienced quite a bit of health issues, and some of them have lived here a lot longer than me. And so they have longer issues that are much deeper for them.
Thank you. And just one more question I had, and then I'll see if other board members have questions, but how often do you experience odors? You can separate it in time periods. I mean, in the summer months versus, now, but on a day-to-day basis, do you have them
In the summertime, it's almost every day. And in the fall, or when it's windier, it's definitely a little bit less. Again, I think it has to do with where we are and where the wind is blowing from. And it tends to seem to pick up once we've passed most of the rainy season. The rainy season also seems to, I don't know, suppress or dampen, so to speak, some of the odors. And I would say it picks up in the spring and summer months.
And how would you say that this affects your day-to-day life and quality of life?
Well, it definitely affects it in that my kids can't go out and play, especially during this pandemic. That has affected us a lot because it means that we're cooped up in the house a lot more, and we already can't go out anywhere else anyways. So it certainly impacted us quite a bit during this pandemic. And then definitely with our health, with me for migraines, when I get a migraine, then I'm not able to be as present with my children and do my work as well, etc. So it has definitely impacted our lives a lot. And I'm not 100% sure on this, but it also has affected our ability to sell our home and the value of our home as well. Not as many people are interested in buying a home near a landfill that has issues like this. And I did also want to bring up something else that the county can't comment because the landfill is actually suing them currently, and this has kind of become an issue for us, and this has impacted us greatly as a community as well.
Thank you for that insight. Ms. Verdugo Peralta has another question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Olakwas, for coming before us and taking the time to testify. I do have 3 main questions for you. You said that in meeting with the landfill management that they're not listening to you. Do you know the names of the people that you did meet with from the landfill?
I haven't directly met with anybody from the landfill, but other neighbors have. And so maybe they could speak more in detail about directly who they spoke to. And again, I haven't spoken to them because I have heard from other neighbors that we basically get ignored or shut down. And our concerns are not heard.
Have you written a letter to them other than trying to meet with them?
No, again, for similarly the same reasons that that other members of the community have, and it has not been successful from my understanding.
Okay. You mentioned that the landfill can be moved to another site. Do you know the name of the site or the area where you feel that it can be moved to?
I believe it is in the desert, Mesquite. I'm not 100% sure on all of the details, but I do believe that there is a site in the desert for far away from direct communities.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and it has been paid for from what I understand.
Okay, my last question has to do with the last comment that you made regarding land value and that the properties are hard to sell. You stated that you've been there for 3 years. You purchased your home 3 years ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you purchased the home, was there any disclosure in your from your realtor or in your paperwork regarding the fact that you would be moving close to a landfill?
I'm going to stop us there so we don't go outside of our jurisdiction. Land values, while important, is not something that we would consider. Definitely health impacts and odor, but let's
try
to steer clear of, not that it's not important, Miss Alagres.
That's okay.
That's it then. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Balagopalan, and then the senator had questions as well.
Yes, Mr. Olagues, what time of the day do you experience the most odors?
It's primarily in the mornings, although we're outside in the mornings a lot more, but I have experienced it at other points in time. I've experienced it in the evenings, middle of the day, night times as well. So I would say the majority is in the morning hours, but we have experienced it at all times.
And is it more intense in the morning or?
It can be, but it can also be intense at other times as well. But yes, the morning times is when it tends to be the most often, I would say.
And the day of the week, the weekends versus weekday, any difference or?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator?
I just want to comment. The last question you asked was relevant under similar circumstances at the other landfill site. And I tell you why. People came before us over and over again, Saturdays and overtime, talking about the property, the value of the property has declined because of the landfill and their health. They listed a number of reasons why it's a problem. So I just think that was an appropriate question, number one. But number two, before you respond, I'd like to ask the lady a question. Did you report your complaints to your supervisor?
Are you asking me if I've reported?
You mean to her county supervisor?
The county supervisor.
Well, when we have an air quality complaint, we just call AQMD.
Well, that landfill operates under conditions established by the LA County Board of Supervisors.
And I believe our supervisor is Supervisor Barger.
Barger.
Yes.
And who understands that problem, I'm sure, because she was chief deputy to McIntonovich, and she's been there for a number of years. So you get to bring it to her attention, number one. Number two, the Board of Public Works for the County of LA make a decision whether or not they can operate continuously or the permit will be withdrawn. So, you know, the user that you're a voter, you live in the area, you're adversely affected, take it to the people who can do something about it.
Okay.
If the landfill people won't, then your politician will.
Okay. And also, we're here today to do something about it as well, just to be clear. But Miss Alaguez, you wanted to say something additional?
I just wanted to say that, yes, I think as a community, we are trying our very best to do what we can, but we also have children and jobs, and I think collectively as a community, we're working hard to try and get our voices heard, and made clear that this is affecting our lives. I will definitely reach out to the supervisor. I know others in the community have. And again, I feel like I know myself has been for the past couple of years, but I know there are other members of the community that have been for many, many years, and maybe we can let some of them talk, but we can't, like, we make many, many calls every single day, especially when we're smelling the odors, etc. But at what point do we get heard? And so I think that's our biggest thing, is we would like to be heard that this is affecting us as a community.
And thank you very much for answering all of our questions and for appearing today. So we have now 5 additional members of the public who have indicated that they wish to speak. So I'm going to take them in the order I see them on the list of attendees, and we'll start with Natalie Tate. Natalie Tate. It's all one word.
Hi there, I'm Natalie Tate, and it's spelled Natalie. Last name is Tate, Taee. I live at 29824 Jackson Street in Valverde, 91384. I've been reporting landfill odors since 1989. Since May of 2000 is when it really ramped up, and I became a stay-at-home mom. So I've been definitely reporting odors since May of 2000. There's been times when I haven't reported because I've been out of the community and possibly working. We call all hours of the day to the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I've reported at 7 in the morning. I've reported at 6 in the morning. I've reported at 2 a.m. We report whenever we smell odor. That's if we're available. But when we report, if you report at 2 o'clock in the morning, it just goes on a machine. There's no one there to pick up the phone to answer our questions or to just goes on a machine. And then if another call in, then our inspector is notified, and then our inspector can help us or do something about it. I'm so involved with calling that I have personal cell numbers to these people, including I've had cell numbers for Mike Dean at the Chiquita Canyon landfill. I call 661-253-5155 and report it to the landfill, as well as to South Coast Air Quality Management. We smell trash. We smell deodorant. We smell what I think is landfill gas. Otherwise, it's just off-gassing something that I have no idea what I'm smelling, but it's horrific. It burns your eyes, burns your nose, burns your throat. I personally have asthma. I have another son with asthma. We've lived here. They've been born here. I've just gotten through breast cancer in 2018 that has no genetic connection to anything. So why did that happen? I'm the second person on Jackson Street to have had breast cancer. The third person on Lincoln Street has breast cancer. She's moved away. We have another person that's had thyroid cancer on Lincoln. There's issues with our health. And just because the wind is blowing right now, or a few minutes ago, the wind was northwest, 9 miles per hour. Well, what are you going to smell in 9 miles per hour? But does that mean that just because the wind is blowing by, that we don't smell it? It takes 5 to 10 minutes to make a call to the inspector. It takes more time to call the Chiquita Canyon landfill. Then we have to be around to fill out forms and answer questions. My question to all of you is, when is this going to stop? When is it going to stop? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tate. I'm going to go first to Ms. Roberts and ask if Ms. Roberts has any questions for Ms. Tate.
I don't have any questions, but I do thank her for her testimony today.
And same question to Mr. Dudzinski.
No further questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to get rid of undoing review. Ms. Verdugo Peralta has a question.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Tate, and taking the time to come before us. My question to you in regards to the cancer, do you know within your community how many people there are that have some type of cancer? In other words, is there a possible cancer cluster that we're talking about here?
I am unaware of how many people, but I can tell you that UCLA regularly sends us information asking us to reveal our personal health information. I'm part of UCLA Health, so they already have all my information, but they ask us regularly, at least once a year, for information about our health.
When you say us, who do you mean by us?
Neighbors. We receive mailers, and then they ask us to fill out these mailers with questionnaires.
Have you ever received any results from their questionnaires?
If you look in past information, since I've been living here in 1989, there are studies, there is information. I'm not an expert, so I can't answer this. And personally, for myself, I didn't want my personal information out there. I didn't want people knowing that I have breast cancer. But right now, it's become imperative that this gets out to you guys. There's a problem here. There's a problem in our community.
Thank you, ma'am.
Board members, other questions for Ms. Tate? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
Ms. Tate, has it been more intense this summer?
To be brutally honest, since 1989, it was so bad in this summer. It was during a time that we reported back in the 2000s that they got in trouble back then. Now, I realize that it's new ownership. I realize that there's different people there. A question was asked of Sarah if she knows who to speak to. I have Mike Dean's cell number because he would regularly try to do something. I've spoken to Steve. I've spoken to Jose. I've spoken to Rosa. I've spoken to Tony. I know for a fact that at Bank of America, our house is red zoned. Bank of America would not refi on us. Tell me why. Tell me why. We are not being heard. We have issues with our health. We have issues with our community. We have issues with so much. And this is really the first time that anyone's taken us seriously and allowed us to speak. I really want to say thank you to all of you today for allowing us to speak. Nobody really listens.
Ms. Tate, do we all lose Ms. Tate's? Ms. Tate, we don't hear you any longer.
I think we lost her.
I see that she's still here, but and she's not muted. But if you can hear us, Ms. Tate, we lost you. So if you come back on and you get back your sound, we'll come back to you and have board members ask any more questions that they may have. But for now, sorry.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to let it know that there is a web application also that you can do the complaints. I don't know if that's easier than calling in. She said it takes a while to get through, but there's also a web app on the website where she can file the complaint.
We lost her. I think she's now
Oh,
gone.
okay. All right.
But when she comes back, we'll allow for any additional questions. So let's move to the next person who I see on the attendee list with their hand raised, which is Abigail DeSesa. Is this Ms. DeSesa?
Good afternoon. This is Abigail DeSesa. It is spelled Abigail. Last name is Dessesa. And yes, I did take the oath this morning.
Thank you. Go ahead with your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for this opportunity to speak of my firsthand experience living in the path of the landfill's odors. As a private homeowner of the local community now for over 21 years, this past summer was by far the worst, but the smells were not new and have happened since. This is an ongoing issue, especially during certain weather conditions. Comparing this time of year to this past summer is not truly comparable in my experienced opinion, smelling it here. The winds and temperatures are very different. Having no NOVs right now do not make me confident that the landfill odor problems are solved. I am not up at 4 a.m., but I do have outdoor household daily chores every morning, depending on the time of year, as early as starting at 7 a.m. up to noon. I am aware that I cannot prove that these odors make us sick, but my personal experience is it can. In July 2020, directly after a 3-day period of horrible odors, I ended up in an emergency walk-in clinic to get IV fluids and nausea medication, which has never happened before in my entire life. I was tested for COVID-19 and I was negative. None of my other family members got sick. So I do feel that it is not viral. They also work away from the house, unlike me, and were not exposed like I have been to the odors. I feel the landfill has made me sick and is risking our health. I believe it is wrong that I cannot safely utilize my outdoor areas of my property due to these horrible fumes. I cannot keep my windows open overnight during good weather because I risk waking up to a house full of disgusting odors. I believe I have higher utility bills due to this need to keep my home closed up more than I would if my home was not in the path of the landfill's odors. This is not limited to the rotting trash smell for me either. I am one of those people who can't stand that cover-up air deodorizer smell and worry what that chemical is additionally doing to us. I disagree that it is actually odorless. It is actually worse for me at times. I believe this isn't over, and I hope this board takes it seriously. The damage is being done to us. We are victims of this landfill. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak for ourselves, which is a rarity.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna ask Ms. Roberts if she has any questions for Ms. DeSesa.
No questions for Ms. DeSesa, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Dujinski, any questions for Ms. DeSesa?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. DeSesa, you do not have to tell us, please, your address, but were you also present? Did you see the area, the 10 areas that for which there will be additional odor surveillance on Lincoln Avenue? Are you in that area, do you know? Or did you see that map earlier?
I do not live on Lincoln or Harding. I actually live one of the farther distances, and it's in the exact airflow direction when it goes through that path from the landfill through Lincoln and Harding, and then cuts into Chiquita, comes across. then it comes up my hill eventually. And when they smell it first, then I get it. Or if I get it, it means that they missed it, depending upon how early it starts. And of course, as everyone knows, no matter what experience you do or don't have with science or meteorology, gases rise. And so as it warms up in the day, the gases do rise up. I'm on a hill, so I'm not down in the valley like they are. So we do experience it slightly different times. And yes, it's very windy here recently.
Thank you. Board members, Ms. Verdugo Peralta has questions.
Thank you, Ms. DeSessa, for coming before us and bringing your testimony. My internet blinked, and I may have missed your answer to this when you were just trying to give us an idea of the health effects. Is it just you, or is it also your family members that are experiencing any health effects?
I'm the one that experiences the majority of the health effects. My family members, the other two family members in this household, work away from the home. And specifically, my husband actually works out of town. So they have a lot less exposure than I do.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. DeSessa? Mr. Balagopalan and then Senator. You both can do.
DeSessa, I don't need the street address, but could you just give me the street you're on?
That would be giving you my address.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Thank you.
It's that small.
Okay.
Senator.
Well, you thanked us for listening to your complaints, and the other lady did the same thing as well. But I want you to know that AQMD, this administration, is always concerned about what the problems are. And we do what we can do to resolve them, to assist you in your effort. In fact, we have, on this board, we have a medical doctor. It was here for that purpose, hear your complaints, and we will take action, take the appropriate action at the right time to help you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. DeSessa? And thank you again, Ms. DeSessa, for attending the hearing today and for telling us everything that you did today about your experiences. We're going to move to the next public member. There are 3 left that I see with hands raised. The next one is Stephen Lee. Okay.
Hi, Stephen Lee, STEVENLEE. I have not taken the oath because I was not able to get in early on.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're here. And now I see that there's another few people who have also raised their hands. So anyone who has not, who will be testifying, wishes to be heard today and has not yet been sworn in, please raise your right hand. Please just take the oath. You don't have to indicate to me, although Mr. Lee will. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. You may proceed.
I want to thank you guys for hearing me, first of all. This is the politest I've ever heard the landfill. We don't call them for a reason. If they come out, they tell us that we smell of flour. They insult us. So we don't call them anymore. Not at all, because we feel stupid. 3.5 years ago, I walked out of my house and the landfill was so offensive that my heart went out of rhythm, and it hit 166 beats a minute, and it went there for 8.5 hours. At the hospital, they asked me if I want to have the priest come in and read my last rites. In that time, I lost my lung that day, and they had to operate on me and put a pig valve in my heart. I did find out later that what I had was bicuspid disease. So I told the doctor, I guess it's not the landfill. And he said, no, you can't say that. Most people with bicuspid disease live to be 85 to 90. We don't even know until they're dead. So I can't, it's very hard for me to share any of this. Even now, the landfill orders send my heart out of rhythm. So if I walk outside and it smells, I go right in the house. I have to turn on the air conditioner or the heater or whatever, but I cannot enjoy my yard. We bought a pool so that I could do some work to help the heart because I want to try to live longer now that I have heart failure. But there's times I can't even do the pool because the landfill is so bad. You guys mentioned that what's fiscally feasible for the landfill, but what's fiscally feasible for me. If I didn't have insurance, the 2 operations were $280,000. I paid, because I have insurance, I only paid, I think, around $1,500. But I have to have this operation every 5 years now if I want to live. It is sad to accept that I'm not going to live the retirement with my spouse that we planned, because it's not going to happen. Heart failure is a death sentence. That's reality. I've emailed Barger all of this. So, and I've emailed all the other ones. At 4 in the morning, I do smell the landfill because I get up at 4. I don't call it in because if 3 people don't call in within an hour, we're not going to get visited. I wait until I see other people have called in and then complaining. Sometimes the odors are so bad, I'm locked in my room and I wait for my spouse to tell me how bad it is. And then I'll call it in because I'm afraid to go outside. There was a time I would go outside and if it smelled, we would hop in the car and we would leave, but we're on lockdown now. So I just spend the days in the house and I don't enjoy my yard at all. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Roberts, any questions for Mr. Lee?
No questions from you, but thank you, Mr. Lee, for your testimony.
Mr. Jazinski, any questions for Mr. Lee?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, did you, again, you don't have to give us your address, but do you know whether you're in the major area that was shown on the map by Ms. Roberts earlier in the hearing?
I do not know. I'm on the top of Trellis. Also, I'm up a hill. So it comes up the hill after they report in the morning and we get it later. But because I'm higher up, I get it sometimes when no one else gets it. There's people that come to my house and they'll say, you know, if they're in the backyard, they'll say, what was that smell? And I go, it's landfill. It blows through our backyard constantly.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on to our next public witness? Okay, thank you again, Mr. Lee, for taking the time to come. Oh, sorry, Senator has a question, but you're muted. I can't unmute. Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay. Right. Mr. Lee, I sympathize with you. I understand your problem. It is common knowledge, of course, that sewer gases and gases in general will give you an elevated heart rate. And now that you have it under control, I hope you have it under control. I personally understand that situation. Arrhythmia comes from sewer gases.
Yeah.
You've been exposed to it apparently.
On the day that I was in the hospital, that I went to the hospital and all the damage, next to me was another Val Verde resident, and they were also stopping his heart. And the doctor made the comment, wow, we're stopping a lot of hearts today. So I think it might be something out here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony. We're going to move on to the next public witness. Looks like we lost one. We have Susie Evans is the next that I see on the list of attendees. Miss Evans.
Susie Evans. My formal name is Susan, S-U-S-A-N. Evans, E-V-A-N-S. And I am well known to Barger's office and to the landfill. My address is 298.
You don't need to give your address if you don't wish to. It's
No,
not...
no. I don't have a problem with it because I'm smack dab next to it.
Okay.
29830 Lincoln Avenue in Val Verde. I have lived in Val Verde since 2001, and I moved to Lincoln from another portion, the west end of Val Verde. I have had breathing problems all my life. Not until I moved to the Lincoln house did I have to have 2 inhalers and multiple prescriptions for asthma and not being able to breathe. I can't even walk up and down a set of stairs anymore. my house, like Abigail said, it's either, and Steve, either turn on the air conditioner or the heater to keep the fumes out. Because my house is so close, the smell is just directly at me. The back of my house is open. I smell it upstairs, downstairs, front, back, sides. It doesn't matter. I have been called a liar by Mike Dean, I think his name is. He was the previous manager to Steve Casulo. And I have been told that I'm making things up when I say it smells. I stopped calling 5 or 6 different places to report these functions because nobody cared. Nobody did anything. The dump, you're lucky if they answer their phone, let alone say, yeah, we'll take care of it. And I think Steve Lee said they told him it was a flower at one point. I got told it was a bunch of animals that are now gone. Yes, I am emotional. I am sorry. But the animals are gone. It's the dump. The animals have been gone since before January. It's the dump. I don't know how many times to say that. I grew up in Burbank where they had their own landfill. And you went to certain areas of that town and you smelled the dump. This is the dump. My health is affected. My husband's health is affected. And I don't know what else to tell you other than this. This is hard.
I'm sorry. Do you wish to say anything else, Ms. Evans?
I'll answer any questions you have.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is so emotional for you. We thank you for speaking to us today. Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions for Ms. Evans?
No questions for Ms. Evans, but I will echo your thanks for her testimony.
Mr. Dudzinski, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Ms. Evans? Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Evans, for appearing today and calling in and giving your testimony. I have great sympathy for anybody with breathing problems. My husband's a chronic asthmatic, and so are my children. And it's a hard life when you have breathing problems. I don't, fortunately, but to watch your loved ones is very, very difficult. And it is expensive. You're absolutely right with all the medications that are required. You had mentioned that you have health problems. You mentioned your husband does also. Is it also asthma or is it something else?
His is also asthma. And when we first met 20 years ago, he didn't have it. We moved to Lincoln, he got it.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Evans.
And I want to thank you all for listening to us. It's very important that you hear us.
Yes, and Ms. Evans, the senator, has either a question, but you're also on mute. I mute, just so you know, I mute everybody once you're done speaking.
My question is, do you report this to the LA County Board of Supervisors? Your problems, your complaints?
Yeah, and they are mostly ignored.
Your supervisor ignored you?
Catherine Barger has never, ever come to Valverde. Christy Smith came to Valverde. Mike Garcia did not. Even the city of Santa Clarita City Council, they really don't listen to us either, even though it does affect them too.
Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan has a question.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Evans, is the smell more prominent in the morning or is it throughout the day in your experience?
I'm so close to it. It wakes me up. And my husband gets up at 2, 3 in the morning because he's used to going to work at that time. So he still does it. He wakes me up and tells me it stinks. I wake up to the smell of it because it's so bad. I can't go to sleep because it's so bad. It's just, a mixed bag of, what day, what time.
Thank you.
One other question, Ms. Evans. I hear that this is a consistent intrusion in your life. Have you noticed in this last year during the summer months whether odors were worse or stronger where you are?
They have been worse than ever before and stronger than ever before. There was a Christmas within the last 2-3 years that it was so disgusting. Nobody went outside. Nobody had a Merry Christmas because the dump smelled so bad.
Thank you. Any other questions? And then I believe we have one additional speaker. Thank you again, Ms. Evans, for, I know that was difficult testimony to give, and it's important. So thank you very much. Oops. Okay, so the last speaker we have only has one name, Darcy. So if we can bring on Darcy and you can give us your full name and spell it.
Yes, hello, can you hear me? Okay, my name is Darcy Stinson, DARCY STINSON. My address, I have no problem giving it to you. I probably live probably the closest to the landfill. My name's probably on almost every single one of your notice of violations. My address is 28507 Lincoln Avenue, Castaic, California, 91384, or also known as Valverde. I'm calling because, well, a lot of things actually. I'm a prior president of the CAC, and I've witnessed lots of things going on with the landfill. One of the things about people complaining, I know one of you guys asked about making complaints. A lot of members of Valverde have ceased to make complaints or made complaints at all. One of which I know of one of my neighbors who called in, complained one time. The landfill came out and he was redoing his sprinkler system in his front yard. And the landfill, Steve Casulo, I believe, was who did it, took pictures of my neighbor's front yard. He then presented those pictures at a CAC meeting and said that what we are smelling is my neighbor's septic tank and that my neighbor is running a septic tank onto the street. That is so far-fetched and so out of control to try to bully someone from calling and to bring it up at a CAC meeting. I've worked hand in hand with Barger's office back before when it was Antonovich's office. I asked them questions. I asked Antonovich's office many questions, and I tried to get them on record, and they said, I won't talk to you if this is on record. Well, if it's not on record, why are you in public office in the first place? We're trying to talk about things. I want to ask questions, and you're willing to answer the questions in secret and not on record. I don't understand that. I've called AQMD multiple times. Many times there's been 3 or more calls, and nothing against you guys, but a lot of times there's 3 or more calls and you guys still don't come out or can't come out. I've had inspectors say it's too late. It can't come out, or I won't come out. I have thyroid cancer. I just got diagnosed with cancer again, an uncurable form of cancer again. I've been in and out of the hospital probably 10 times in the last 2 months. Calling the landfill doesn't do anything. They don't care. Mike Dean actually was a lot more helpful back in the day when he was in charge. Steve Casulo was super nice back then, trying to help. Now, since he took over Mike's position, it seems like he doesn't give a crap about the community. After he got the agreement with the landfill, they don't care. I feel like a prisoner in my own home. I wish I had more than 3 minutes. I feel like I'm a prisoner in my own home. I don't have an air conditioner. So when I wake up, I had to leave my house. Now, my daughter's home. She has to do online Zoom classes. We are stuck in our home without an air conditioner, not able to breathe in our own home, and we have multiple health issues. I mean, and there goes my timer. I've talked to LEA multiple times. I don't know if I can keep going, but I've talked to LEA multiple times. Nelly Castellino never has cared she's told me point blank. I was at the landfill inspecting with LEA, and Mike Herntz said, I think actually Steve Kasula was there too. Was like, "Is this what you're smelling?" Nellie said, "I don't even smell anything." I'm like, "How? If you don't smell it here at the landfill, and it was actually worse than before, how do you smell it at our? How are you going to ever smell anything?" And then I've also been told by LEA multiple times, and Nellie's department and her supervisor's department, that they are not responsible for any type of odors or smells, and not to call them.
Mr.
This
Stenson,
is the health department.
Mr. Stenson, I can hear that you're very passionate, and we can understand that. Time is up, but
I know.
and we do appreciate your time and your testimony. So I just need to adhere because we are at a little after 3 o'clock. So I want to try to get through as much testimony as I can. Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions?
No questions, but thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you.
Zinsky, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Stenson? Mr. Balagopalan and then Senator.
Mr. Stenson, can I ask you a question on the CAC? How often do they meet?
I'm not on that board anymore, but when I got off the board, it kind of turned into like I think it was like every 3 months. So when it smelled bad, they were only meeting every 3 months. It's a new board, and I don't know much of the information anymore. And Valverde, from my last from the last meeting I was at, there's only one person from Valverde that represents our community. Everyone else, it's like it's stacked against our community.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the. I don't know the current.
Okay, that's all
I'm
right.
no longer there.
No, that's all right. Thank you.
Senator Holden.
How long have you lived in that area?
I moved in this area in 2008. In 2008, I was unfamiliar that there was a landfill here, and that there was odors present. And as for I believe it was your question in the beginning of this, you asked, or somebody asked about a disclosure. I'll tell you point blank, I've had attorneys go over my disclosure or my documents. There's not a single disclosure in my documents on my home about the landfill anywhere.
During the time you've been there, you or your organization, they talk to the general manager of the landfill?
I've spoken to the general manager of probably everybody at the landfill multiple times. I've gone there in person multiple times. I've inspected Sunshine Canyon's landfill multiple times. The working face of the Chiquita Canyon landfill is like multiple football fields. I mean, I've gone to Sunshine and it's like a tiny little area, and then they cover that area during operation. Chiquita Canyon landfill is like wide open. They don't care. And then they say they don't know what they're doing. And I just, and a lot of the things they do, the cover, they use green waste, which they're allowed to use green waste as cover, but that green waste at night smells super bad at night and super early in the morning, and it wakes us up. It's changed our schedules. Unfortunately, now COVID happened, and we're just stuck living with it. We can't do anything. We're literally prisoners in our own home.
Did you say you had thyroid cancer?
Yes, I do. And I got diagnosed in 2016, and my doctor back then with UCLA said it's a high probability chance that it was in regards to my close proximity to the landfill, but because there's so much surveys and health stuff that they can't actually predict. I don't know what that sound is, but and so they so sorry.
Yeah, my next question, did you say someone who's associated with the landfill referred to you as a bully?
No, I'm saying that the landfill is a bully. Steve Casulo or Mike Herntz went and took pictures of one of my neighbors when they called and complained about the odors. And since then, that neighbor has not made a single call because his house was he was attacked by the landfill, saying that he's putting in a septic system, which he wasn't. It was a sprinkler system. And they took pictures and showed it at a CAC board meeting and tried to put the blame on them. that whole flower comment that somebody said, that was done in my backyard. Steve Casulo and Mike Dean actually walked into my backyard. There's a yellow flower with these globes. And they said, when the sun hits these at a certain degree, they put off an odor. That's the odor that you guys are smelling. That was done to me.
Okay, one final question. Would you consider the landfill to be a friendly neighbor or unfriendly neighbor?
Absolutely unfriendly. They've taken away so much stuff even after the contract. Absolutely unfriendly, hands down. And I want to just say to everyone on the board, I'm sorry that I talk a lot, but I want to thank you guys so much for actually letting us talk. We've gone to board meetings, the supervisors, they hear us, they don't let us comment, they don't comment to us, and it just goes out the window. When they had a thing at the landfill, when everybody came with all the people, they put the board members and the supervisors and all of that on a separate bus, wouldn't let any of the neighbors talk to them, and tried to keep them completely separate on the landfill and no discussions. They wouldn't let us talk to anyone. I'm sorry, I'm going on.
And again, we understand your passion, given the circumstances. I do have 2 more people who have indicated that they also would like to speak, and the time is 3:10. So I want to get to those members of the public. I also, it seems that there keeps being more hands raised. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please raise your hand so that I can assess how much more time we need for public comment. At this point, I see the next 2 speakers are going to be Erica Larson, followed by S. English. So we'll start with Erica Lawson. Thank you again. Thank you again, Mr. Stenson, for your comments today. Very helpful.
Does that mean that I'm up? Hi, this is Erica Larson. Larsen is my last name. I have been on the Val Verde Civic Association for the past 5 years, and I just want to reiterate that I'm not speaking for the Val Verde Civic Association, but in that time I have seen so many negative impacts on my community because of the landfill. I think really what this can be rounded up to is that all the responsibility for protection relies on the victims to be the ones that have to do all the work of the proof of burden. And I think that is overall the issue. But for all the ways for this community to verify that proof of burden is problematic. It is beholden to numbers of calls in an hour, those calls being verified only if an AQMD agent is nearby. Multiple times those calls go unverified because of that problem. Also, another situation like this, only having just a few minutes to comment on the project when that is even allowed at our variety of different meetings, the community advisory council meetings and on, to be heard and verify the issues. Community members have to take off work, disrupt their already disrupted lives because of this landfill. I actually had to come back because my toddler is napping and woke up. So luckily I'm able to do this today. But also this includes the impact of the lack of mitigation that is being implemented because of the lawsuit the county and the landfill are in right now. The community programs are gone because of this lawsuit, and it effectively has been a reason for multiple measures not being taken to protect and mitigate the impacts of this landfill on the community. The county has turned a blind eye to the public comments from community members about their health issues since moving to the area, and even those that leave on vacation and lose those symptoms, come back, guess what? They get them back. I'm losing my space here. But they're often they just brush it off as insignificant because proving those airborne health impacts from the landfill, though exist, are really hard to prove. Back to that proof of burden on the victims. Community members have been complaining about symptoms of hydrogen sulfide poisonings for over 6 years, and yet they are not monitoring for the chemical, and we are still waiting for the air monitor stations in the community that were part of the CUP approved 3 years ago. All in all, this permit is being fought over by the landfill, but the landfill is still operating with full abandon and at the behest of the health and well-being of this entire community. I want to emphasize that it is not just negatively impacting the lives of those with health issues, but also the entire community because there is no mitigating being done right now because of this lawsuit. I will end with this. There is no fine big enough for the landfill for this situation to be reconciled. Paying fines is in the operating costs of the landfill. There needs to be larger action in regard to this project. If a single lawsuit can put the protection and mitigation measures of an entire community at risk, then it needs to be shut down until the mitigation can be instigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Larson. Ms. Roberts, any questions from Ms. Larson?
No questions, but thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Dudziński, any questions for Ms. Larson?
No questions. Thank you.
Board members, Ms. Larson, again, you do not need to give us your address. Are you within that same area? Do you know that were you here when the map was put up earlier by Ms. Roberts with regard to the area that will have more inspections?
I was not, but I own a property on Lincoln in between Madison and Taylor off of Chiquita Canyon Landfill Road. That similar to Darcy's story, I've had the landfill publicly take pictures of my property and then go on to say that there's work being done, there's an event, so everything must be okay, and shutting off comments. So anybody trying to rectify their narrative was shut down.
Thank you.
And I've smelled it there. Sorry. I smell it there, but I live farther. I live in a spot in the canyon where we don't often smell it. And I want to emphasize that this is a canyon, so you can do a certain map, but the airflow of this region is incredibly sporadic and it is not consistent because there's so many different outshoots to the main canyon.
Okay. Thank you for that. That was helpful. Ms. Verdugo Peralta has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Larson, for coming before us and giving your testimony. You mentioned health effects of other people who have lived there, moved away, and then come back. Do you have any health effects and or any members of your family experiencing any health effects?
Other than, anxiety, depression, feeling the burden of the landfill being there, we don't experience anything particularly strong enough to, connect with any sort of health impacts with the landfill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Larson?
Can I say one in regards to that comment? At the recent CAC meeting, there was a health official on there and she was saying it's really hard to pinpoint connections to health issues with a landfill, except if they're mental health issues and psychological burden of that project being here. And I really feel like that is something that needs to take into consideration is the health and well-being, that well-being part of the impact of these projects, these toxic landfills next to communities so close, that it's not just Darcy has cancer. Darcy also can't live in his home. There is a psychological burden there that really, really is important.
Thank you for that. And I'm sure that is true. Mr. Balagopalan has a question.
Yeah, just a quick question. Ms. Larson, you mentioned you're with the Valverde Civic Association that's separate and distinct from the CAC, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how often the CAC meets? Are you familiar with the operation?
They often only meet 3 or 4 times a year, but they've been meeting monthly, though they went dark for December because there's been so many issues and so many notices of violation. But often it's only in the quarter that they meet. And currently right now, only one of those board members is from Valverde. The rest of them are from outside the area.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't think there's any other questions for Ms. Larson. Okay, thank you so much for giving your testimony today, especially since you mentioned that you're less impacted than some of your neighbors, and thank you for representing them. Okay, we have another, every time I turn around, there's another hand raised. Please, if anybody else wishes to have to speak, please raise your hand so that, again, I can have a good tally. So I said there was one more. Now there are two more. We have S. English and then Stephen House. So let's move on to S. English.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
My name is Stephanie English, and I'm the Senior Field Deputy in the Santa Clarita Valley office for the 5th District Supervisor, Catherine Barger. And if it would be appropriate, I'd be happy to discuss a little bit about the construction of the Community Advisory Committee. I thought that might be helpful.
It would be, and I'd like to not have 3 minutes on the clock. Let's have 5 minutes. Would that be enough time?
Yeah, but I don't think it'll take that long. I just wanted to let you know that when this, if I may refer to it as a CAC, when the CAC first began last year, it was agreed that among the members that they would meet quarterly due to the number of issues, not necessarily complaints, but the number of educational issues that the board members were learning about. They agreed to meet monthly. So what happened was they met maybe 2 or 3 times quarterly, maybe 2, I don't recall. And then COVID hit, and we, in the early stages of COVID, all had hoped, of course, it would be relatively short term. We began meeting again virtually, and at that time, it was decided that the advisory committee would meet monthly. So they have been meeting monthly for the past 3 meetings about. And December's dark, similar to many other boards that go dark in December. But they will continue to meet monthly. We do have 1 person in Valverde that's on the board. We have 2 board members that live in Castaic. We have 2 board members that have some degree of technical expertise and bring that technical expertise is reflected in their questions at the Community Advisory Committee meetings. And we have 1 seat open and 1 professional person on the board as well. I believe it's 7. So I thought just that very brief background might be helpful to understanding the construct of the CAC.
Thank you. And did you have any other comments you wish to make?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions on that?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Dujinski, sorry.
That's okay. No questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions? Dr. Bernstein.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Could you tell me your name once again? I'm sorry, I sort of missed it.
No worries. Stephanie English. It's Stephanie, and last name is English.
You represent a supervisor's office?
5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger. I'm the Senior Field Deputy in the Santa Clarita Valley Field Office.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you shed some light on several times people have come with comment and mentioned a lawsuit? Give me a little bit background on the lawsuit.
Sir, I would not, well, I could speak generally. I wouldn't feel comfortable at this point doing that. I think that would be a better presentation coming from County Council. But it was noted earlier that there is ongoing litigation between the county, between Scope and with the Chiquita Canyon landfill, but that is correct.
Okay, so we've established that there's a lawsuit. So can you give me any information on the nature of the lawsuit at all?
Just briefly, it's working out the details of the CUP and some other issues.
Okay, the reason I ask is that statements have repeatedly been made regarding the lawsuit that any mitigation efforts have been put on hold. And yet
I can assure you that I can assure you that our county departments and executive level management and county council have been working tirelessly in hopes of resolving those issues.
Okay.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta has a question, and then Mr. Balagopalan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. English, since you're the senior field deputy for Supervisor Barger's office, we've had a lot of testimony here today that stating that they have not had response from the supervisor's office. Can you tell me specifically what the response has been to this neighborhood?
We do frequently respond to our constituents that are affected by these issues. It's not uncommon for me to take calls and to, certainly validate that there is a tremendous concern in the community. The supervisor is very supportive of the work of the Community Advisory Committee on behalf of the community. And that is the goal of the Community Advisory Committee, to be there for the community. I do believe in participating, listening into the last several meetings, although I will admit that we still are gaining momentum among the CAC, but I do believe we are creating some degree of trust. I do believe that the CAC members have shown themselves to be open and asking the right questions, and they're in support, exactly what they're for, a Community Advisory Committee. And that is exactly what the supervisor expects. When we placed those appointees, that was one of the discussions we had with each and every one, that they were there to hear the community, to ask the questions, to provide the insight, to and provide some recommendations or some input back to our office on behalf of the community. And I believe it's beginning to work very, very well.
Okay, so far it's only been, everything's been verbal. There have been no action items where something has actually been done. Is that correct?
The CAC has not made any recommendations back to our office or communicated any action items requests back to our office. They are still, as I said earlier, they began meeting quarterly, and with the amount of education that the members needed, soon discovered they needed to meet monthly. So they met once or twice quarterly. COVID hit, there were no meetings. We realized it was going to be going on and on, COVID that is. And so they began meeting virtually and upped the meetings to monthly. So there is some significant progress being made in terms of understanding the issues. AQMD is there. Chiquita is there. Our health inspectors are there. Regional planning is there. Public Works is there. The air monitoring folks are there, and they all pretty much give regular presentations.
Who from AQMD is there?
I'd have to go look. I'm sorry, I don't have the name at the top of my head.
Okay, is there any deadline or goal as far as getting something done for this community?
There's no deadline because the CAC will serve as needed in perpetuity. So it's kind of a living organization.
I just want to fact that it is just about almost 3:30. We do have another public member. We want to take their comments, and we're here to hear the issue of the stipulated order for abatement. I understand that it is important to the community to have the county on, county board of supervisors working for them, et cetera, and some support from the county. But right now, I think we need to focus on what we can do as a board, if we can do that.
I have no further questions.
Are there any other questions?
No, my question was answered by Ms. English.
Okay, Senator Holder.
You've heard the people living in your district testify about the health problems, breast cancer, thyroid cancer, etc. Did supervisor ever consider requiring a health study from this landfill operators?
Senator, would have to go check, but there was a health survey, and the consultant that was hired, I believe, has completed the health survey. And from there, I'm not sure what, what the next steps are, but I certainly would be happy to find out.
Well, you think the supervisor would object to that survey being provided to AQMD?
I would defer to county council, but I don't see why not.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we move on to who is our last public commenter? I don't see any, and I want to thank you, Ms. English, and thank you on behalf of Ms. Barges too, as well. Ms. Barges. Sorry. And we're going to move on to the last person I see is Stephen House, and that's the last speaker I see with a hand raised.
Hello, my name is Stephen House. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Just want to make sure that I was unmuted. I've been in Zoom meetings with my work all day, so I've been missing some of the stuff. But I did want to get in here and talk real quickly with that. I'm a resident of Valverde. Been here since 1998. When I bought my house, I was promised that the landfill would be closed, no ands, ifs, or buts, within 20 years. That came and left. Now they got new CUP, and stuff is really, really going downhill. I really feel like that the AQMD as well as the county is not on our side. They are not doing what needs to be done to hold the landfill accountable. I am sick and tired of smelling the landfill at my house and these horrible, horrible smells. I mean, you have no idea how bad it is to walk out of your door and have the outside of your house smell like the day before trash day. You stuck your head in the trash can. You have no idea what it's like to wake up on a Saturday morning and have to run around the house and turn off your swamp cooler and close all the windows because your entire house smells so bad that it's making you sick to your stomach. And then all the process that we have to go through just to get somebody to verify it. We got to make all these different phone calls, and then there has to be at least 3 phone calls on certain days, 6 phone calls on other days. And then if they show up and they smell it at 5 houses, but they don't sell it to 6, then it may not be a notice of violation. I've tried calling the landfill directly. I've done everything that possibly. I've volunteered for the CAC board, which does not have any power whatsoever. Which I ended up resigning from because we couldn't do anything. You know, we'd make suggestions. We would say stuff. We would say, this needs to be done. Let's do this study. Like, oh, okay, yeah, fine. There was nothing that we could do. Nobody holds this landfill accountable for what they are doing. They're pulling a lot of stuff. There's all these violations that they're doing of the current CUP. And nobody is calling them out on it. You know, they're like, oh, well, yeah, you guys need to fix this. There are so many violations. I don't understand why these guys aren't being held accountable as far as the county goes. And then also, I don't understand why it is so difficult for the AQMD to enforce all this stuff. Things like, you know, my kids are on a first name basis with Larry Israel, which is an awesome, awesome guy. But shoot, man, I should not have my kids be on a first name basis with an AQMD inspector because he's been out here so often for 20 freaking years. That is just unacceptable. I'm just extremely frustrated with the lack of anybody doing anything. And it just seems like same old, same old. And now the fact that the landfill has gotten their new CUP, they're just kind of like, you know, snowballing forward, you know, doing whatever they want to do. I mean, which is clearly when you see the meetings talking about all of the things they violated so far, and nothing seems to be changing. So I see that I'm out of time here, so like that, but I just hope you guys will take some serious look into the violations and hold these guys to the fire, hold them to the CUP. They got to follow along with what was agreed to by the county.
Thank you, Mr. House. We appreciate your taking the time to come here today. I heard that you are very busy, as everyone is, and so we appreciate your time and your testimony. Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions for Mr. House?
Questions, but thank you for your testimony, Mr. House.
Mr. Jazinski?
No question. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. House, who is our final public member speaking today, Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. House, for coming before us and bringing your testimony. You mentioned that the strong garbage smell makes you physically sick. Are there any other health effects that you or your family are experiencing?
Yes, we've had some other health effects, issues and stuff like that. One of the common side effects that you can see from people who live nearby landfills is having miscarriages, and my wife has had several. I know that a lot of times we get the smell comes through, and my wife gets headaches. I get headaches sometimes. Is the point to where I'm nauseous. And I'm not feeling well. So yes, yeah, definitely having health effects.
Okay, so that's you and your wife and your children. Any health
Yes,
effects for
my
them?
children have had problems with that, with the smell and with not feeling well, being nauseous.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. House? Mr. Balagopalan.
Just a quick question, and since you didn't ask it, I just wanted to know where in the stops your house is located, without giving your house address, just a street.
As far as say that again. So where my house is located?
Yeah, you probably didn't see the map that was shown that had a intersection of different streets where they're going to do odor surveillance. I was wondering if your house is.
I'm one of the closest houses to the landfill. And I know the landfill has been fighting very hard to put any sort of monitoring near my house as a result. And probably because I'm very outspoken. And I don't care if anybody knows where I live. I've been here long enough, and you know what? They've bullied me around back and forth despite that, showed up at my house and did all kinds of stuff like that. So I don't really care anymore. I mean, I'm at 28517 Lincoln Avenue. Like I said, I'm fairly close to the landfill right there. Which is probably one reason why I smell it more than most of the people in Val Verde.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steven.
Any other questions for Mr. House? Thank you, Mr. House. We appreciate your time today and your testimony. And I see that there are no other members of the public who wish to be heard today. But I want to, again, I know we're short of time, but I do want, on behalf of the board, to thank once again every member of the public who came to give us their testimony today. It was very helpful to our deliberations and decision today. So we appreciate it. I think board members, I think the next step would be to hear closing statements, because I think it's important to start getting into deliberations. The problem is, I don't know if we'll be able to finish them today, but I'd like to get.
Madam Chair, if I could request, I would like a brief, and we are sensitive to time. We will make it very brief recess to be able to complete conferral with the respondent regarding to the changes that you had request earlier, to see if we can reach stipulation on those points.
Okay, but here's the issue. I'm not sure where the board stands in terms of even the proposed order. So I'm not sure whether it makes sense to do that now, or to hear closing statements and start to have a discussion amongst board members. And at that point, if we feel that we'd like to have those changes made or other changes made, we could have a more relevant conversation if that's not where the board is going. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. And that's fine if that's the preference.
Okay. And because we want, I don't know, we'll have a decision. If we don't, I do believe we still could continue to another day if we don't have a decision, even if I close the hearing. Is that your understanding as well? Ms. Roberts?
Yes, I believe even if the hearing was closed, but no decision and no final vote was taken, yes, it could be continued.
That's my understanding too. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Balagopalan.
Short break. I know we may lose before we start back again.
Let's do
5-minute break.
Let's take a 5-minute break. If the parties want to talk during that 5-minute break, that's fine too. 3:45, please, so that we could at least understand by 4 o'clock whether we're going to need to continue to another day. Okay, we are off the record until 3:45. Thank you.
Julie, it's Al Teresa. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just had to take care of a couple things in my house.
I'm sorry, but Rosalinda sent you that response from the parties for tomorrow. And we'd like for you to look at them, say that they're okay, so we can send them to everyone else.
Okay. I'm going to probably have to wait until the hearing is over.
Okay, that's fine. But if you could just respond to us before we leave today.
Yes, definitely. Okay. Thank you for that.
Bye.
Okay, it looks like it's about 3:45. Okay, looks like we have everyone back. And we are back on the record. And when we left, we said we were going to come back and we were going to hear closing arguments and then perhaps begin deliberation and determine whether we can make a decision today or we need to continue to another day to complete this hearing. And we'll start with Ms. Roberts and your closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I want to be brief and summarize the evidence and what is actually before this board today to decide. But I do want to take a moment and again express my thanks for all of the public testimony that we've heard. I do think that adds to the board's deliberations, but I do think it's important to focus on the standard of what we are looking for. The district's petition in this matter was for a public nuisance in violation of the California Health and Safety Code and in violation of District Rule 402, which is squarely within the jurisdiction of the AQMD. As you've heard in testimony today and has come out, there's a lot of other agencies that have a lot of other authorities over this landfill. This landfill is permitted to operate by multiple different agencies, both at the county level and at the state level. And it's important to note that those are not directly under the jurisdiction of the South Coast AQMD. And it's important to distinguish what is within our purview and what is outside of our purview. And while the odors that come from this landfill that give rise to a nuisance are squarely within this board's jurisdiction, and that is the focus of today's hearing. And the testimony that you have heard, both from members of the public, but also from South Coast Air Quality Inspector, Mr. Israel, was that there have been a number of complaints, particularly in the calendar year of 2020, and particularly spiking starting about a month after the newest cell of this landfill opened, and that has led to a number of notices of violation. But what is before this board is a stipulated order. We are not asking the board to actually make a finding of violation, and that is an important point, even though it sounds like a legalistic one. The notices of violation themselves are not before this board. In fact, what is before this board is whether or not there is good cause to order the set out conditions that the parties have agreed to. There are 20 separate conditions that the parties have agreed to that the parties believe and the evidence heard today supports will help mitigate any potential odors and will help move forward in a process to better understand how to mitigate odors at this particular landfill. As you've heard, every landfill is unique. So even though we have had expertise in prior landfills, that does not necessarily translate to the particular problems of this particular landfill. So getting expertise in the form of an expert consultant who is going to have a broad range of things to look at, not only to assess in terms of wind patterns that exist, but also comprehensively list recommendations going forward. You've heard that there are measures of continuous surveillance for odors within the Val Verde community. This will be in addition to response to complaints that the South Coast AQMD inspectors have and will continue to perform as part of their normal operations. And lastly, I do want to mention one of the conditions that we haven't really talked about, but is kind of important to this matter, and that is a condition for a status hearing. None of the parties think this is the be-all, end-all of this matter. This is a status hearing so that we can. Will be a status hearing so that we can come back before the board with additional information that these conditions will set out that we will collect. We will collect logs for daily odor surveillance. We will collect an expert report with recommendations, and we will take that and come back before this board. And that will allow further assessment. That will allow further testimony and evidence of where we actually are and what measures, if any, are needed at that point. And that's an iterative process that, as you've heard in testimony, is really the best practice that we can do for trying to contain and control odors from a landfill. And so I will leave my closing there, noting that there is good cause to find to issue the order as stipulated to, and the parties are willing to discuss some of the changes that the chair has requested, and we can get to that. But I think this is a stipulated order that the board can find good cause to issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. Dujinsky, your closing, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. It has been a long day, and so Chiquita very much appreciates your attention throughout the past 7 or so hours. We've heard a lot. We heard from Mr. Steve Casulo, the landfill operator, about the swift attention that Chiquita paid when it was provided notification of complaints from the community, how Chiquita addressed different operational measures and implemented those in an effort to reduce orders. You also heard how the conditions within the order before you today will help make those practices better. And now, while we've heard a lot of public testimony and concern from the community, and Chiquita is not going to litigate that today, we would like to correct for the record the scope of the mitigation that Chiquita implements when it did have a new CUP approved in 2017 that came with a comprehensive environmental impact report, which included many mitigation measures, all of which Chiquita implements on a daily basis. There's no dispute about that. And so in closing, Madam Chair and members of the board, I agree with Catherine. There's good cause to approve this order. It will provide a path forward for both AQMD and Chiquita to continue to address these issues, and we look forward to doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, let's begin our discussion. I'd like to just open up the deliberation by saying that I have a lot of concerns about good cause for this order, given everything that we heard today. I do agree that there are some important measures in here. It is important to have consultant retention, and as Ms. Roberts mentioned, to find additional information that needs to be found so that better measures can be put in. And I do understand that there is an understanding that we will come back in some months and hopefully have something additional, but possibly not. I guess the thing that I'm mostly concerned about is I don't see anything that has a real immediate impact. And I am not convinced that even though the summer has waned and we're now in the winter, almost the winter time, and the winds are different and the situations are different, and so there are fewer complaints, that we have at all begun to really chip away at what occurred over the summer. And it seems that it all began from the moving of the working face to cell 6, and in particular to that particular area where, as Mr. Israel had testified, there's nothing blocking between the only community that's anywhere near this. We heard there's nothing near this landfill except this community, and it is really impacting the community. I would have liked to have heard that there were some other opportunities to possibly move that working face temporarily to a better placement while the consultant comes up with better measures, while the permitting occurs for those orchard fan motors, while the covering for the daily cover, while those permits go through. But I see a very long time frame before any of those measures will ever come to fruition, and I'm not sure where we leave this community in the meantime. So I'm concerned about that, and also something else that was raised by one of the members of the community, and that is I was not aware that the working face was that much bigger than working faces on, for example, a different matter we had heard more recently where the working face wasn't really that much of the issue. And so maybe this order should be stronger in terms of how much of the working face can be exposed at any one time until those other measures are taken. So I am concerned that there's not enough intermediate measures that are going to have immediate impact for this community who clearly are suffering. And while we don't have to make that finding today of nuisance, we've heard a lot of testimony and evidence that there is a huge impact in this community. So I don't know where other board members are. I'd like to hear where you all stand right now so that we can direct in our final moments of today where we're going in terms of our deliberation today. Anyone else wish to?
Yeah, I can go. I hear what you're saying, and I think part of my concern has been, are the steps that have been in this order best practices? You know, are they doing? For instance, we probably all can agree that the top cover, going with the enviro cover, is best practice, and that has been demonstrated elsewhere and proven. So that the order lists that, and it requires them to do it as soon as possible, putting enviro cover and stop using the tarp. And that can be chalked and say, yes, that's industry standard best practice currently, and it's been met. So I would like to see for all the other areas too, that there's some reference made, either industry standard or recent applications that have proven successful. And again, we go back to the previous case that we, even though I listened to it, I wasn't participating in that, but that also evolved from studies and consultants, and it took a while before it all finalized into, and it was adjusted, and then they came up with some best practices that we finally saw the result when Dr. Singh, I'm sorry, I brought the name up, showed with the JPL NASA flyover the significant reduction in methane that shows all those steps actually work. I agree that all landfills are not the same, but nevertheless, most of the operations are very similar. The material that they take is different. But I think at a minimum, they should identify, okay, this is our industry standard, and this is the reasons why we can or cannot, we are doing this or we cannot do this, and go through. And I think also this order is just focusing probably more on the trash odor, and that's been considered that as the main source of the odor. But we also heard testimony that there's also landfill gas odor. But even though I know Mr. Israel said when he had responded, is what he smelled was mainly trash odor, and that seemed to be the focus of the order. But I think we do have to look at holistically at the whole landfill to see, because as they move from this phase to the next phase, when they open up, are there other things they should be doing to prepare so that this don't flare up again? So I'd like to see a little bit more holistic approach in chalking and cross-checking with what is the industry standard best practice, and are they meeting it, or the reasons why it's not applicable here is something I would, I think like to see. I think this is a very good first step, and they're going to go hire a consultant, and the consultant's going to come back. I think they're very good, and I'm hoping that at that status hearing we will hear more detail on all the different best practices that the landfill has taken and or can undertake. And personally, I don't and I think I agree. The using the fan to mask it is, it's not really the long-term solution at all, which just tells you that there's a big problem there. There's a lot of odorous compounds being emitted, and you have to sort of mask it or knock it off. So that is not the solution to the problem. The solution is to minimize the generation of the odorous compound leaving the area to the extent possible.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is real emotional for me because I feel so bad for the people who are experiencing the health effects, the psychological effects. And I totally agree with my my fellow board member, Mr. Belagopalan, as far as best practices are concerned. I believe that this community has received too much lip service from too many agencies. While I recognize that we only have a limited ability to do something, I believe that this landfill needs to be more responsive to this community, and they need to do the things not only that are in this stipulated order of abatement, but they need to really be much more proactive in responding to the community in a professional manner, as well as showing that community that they are doing something. The discussion of the cancer cases bothers me greatly. Is there a cancer cluster there? I don't know that. If there is a UCLA study or any other health study, I think that we should be able to see that study as well. And in all due respect, Madam Chair, while you state that socioeconomic impacts are not what we are looking at, that does equal a health effect. When you think about the stress and anxiety a family can go through when they can't sell their home or when they can't refinance their home, that is something physical that happens to them. And in all the rules that the AQMD creates, they do look at the socioeconomic impacts of the rule. And that's put there, it was put there by the committee that I chaired, which was the Ethnic Community Advisory Group, because of the fact that that wasn't being looked at as far as the health, the financial, fiscal health of a community, as well as what the air quality impacts were going to be. So with that, I need to see much more action as far as what this landfill is going to do on behalf of this community. And I don't believe that we are being stringent enough in these conditions. Whatever we can do, I think we need to do it to the best of our ability and to the limit of what our authority is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta. And just to be clear on the record, I did not say that was not relevant. Of course, it's of great concern to everyone who's hearing about the impacts to this community. I merely meant that we are looking into, I know it's, again, we're not finding violation, but it's really along the lines of odor nuisance. And that's what our jurisdiction is really over. But I appreciate that. Senator, and then Dr. Bernstein.
I don't see the doctor up here.
Dr. Bernstein.
I don't see his picture.
Oh, I do. Oh, you might not have him on gallery view.
Okay. Well, I'm troubled because Ms. Roberts' closing statement was take it or leave it. That's the implication. We have a stipulated agreement and you can prove that that's only part of your responsibility. You cannot deviate in any way from what they've agreed to. I understand that as well. But I'm also troubled by the fact that we as a petitioner, listening to these community people testifying, and they have no questions about it. Do they get any idea in some way they could make an amendment to the condition? There's no response to them. People also were complaining about the fact that every time they go to government, nobody listens to them. That's not good at all. We don't want to follow the example of some other members of the government or agencies. We're going to show some compassion and understanding about what the people are asking us to do. The landfill people testified that they are good neighbors. But from these people from the community testified that they're anything else but good neighbors. I know I talked to Mr. Soto. I have his name written down anyway. Yeah, Mr. Castello. And I was asking him questions. He gave me an impression he knows very little. even about the agencies that govern their operation. That didn't come across too good to me as far as I'm concerned. The fact of the matter is that I've served in the Senate. I served 12 years as the LA County Board of Supervisors, 16 years as City Council. I never heard an individual who represented an agency for 10 years come by and say how little they know about that operation of that agency, whoever's controls their operation. Become a joke, in my view. I can only go along if the conditions are amended to permit or to require that the health survey be included in the condition that the county is performing. It got to be something along those lines. Otherwise, it's not fair to the people who talked about the health effects they've had. Are we listening? Doesn't seem like we are in some cases. That's what I like to recommend. If you don't have that, I'm not with you.
Thank you. Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The public comment revolved around health issues, and being the physician, having the honor and privilege of being the physician on this board, put me in a very interesting position. As you all can note, that I did not ask many questions because I did not feel that this is the proper arena to talk about medical history and confirmation of whether or not an extent of these diseases. Needless to say that there is a nuisance odor problem that many people are feeling ill effects from it. And within the context of what we're here to do today, which is you can get lost in the subject of the environmental impacts of landfills, but that's exactly what we're here to review and then make comment and decide whether there is good cause to go forward with this findings and decision. I appreciate each and every one of the people that came here today to give public comment, and I appreciate my colleagues questioning them and the empathy that we have. It's very frustrating. Each one of us who have gone before me, this is the good and the bad part about going last and making comments, is that everybody has made really germane points. To have public entities that our constituents don't feel they're responsive is a travesty. That should never happen. And so in my mind, again, I have to focus what we're here to do today. And I do feel that we can find good cause to proceed. However, I agree with the senator that some of the orders need to be modified with regards to time. I know we'll discuss that. And in particular, as Ms. Verdugo-Peralta has mentioned, the community outreach apparently has been pathetic, at least from the perspective of the people living in that neighborhood. And although that is noted in the orders, we need to elaborate on that, because all I see there is postings on a website. There needs to be much more direct communication and interaction between that community and the Chiquita Canyon landfill for any good to come out of this at all. And I do feel, and I want to congratulate Ms. Roberts on her closing, because the point to me is, how do we effectively mitigate the problem and come into compliance with the rules that are being violated to improve the environmental impact and to improve the life of the people that are living in that neighborhood? And I think that we right now are given that responsibility to do so. And I believe that we do in fact have the tools to be able to do that. And we should proceed in whatever we're going to modify those orders to make sure that they are more stringent and there is much more accountability. When I asked Mr. Casullo, I believe Mr. Casullo, what is the explanation for these increased nuisances and notice of violations in a concerted period of time? And the answer was fundamentally, we don't know. It could be this, it could be that. Well, I'm sorry. When you're running an entity that is in there in public service and doing a public service, and let's face it, we have the most regulated communities with regards to regulations and rules and laws which have been implemented to keep the environment clean here in the state of California. And that is where our responsibility lies. And if we can mitigate the impacts that that are going on right now in any way, I believe that we do have the tools to proceed to do that. I am frustrated, as we all are. We hope that this is the beginning of a much better conformity to some sort of process where the people that are affected by something like this, as dramatically as these people have been, where we're put in a position to help them, and at the same time facilitate changes from this entity at Chiquita Canyon to make it a better operation and a better neighbor to those people there while performing a public service. And so it was a long-winded statement in that I do feel that we could make good cause, but I also feel like the senator that modifications need to be made to for more clear accountability in a shorter time frame from Chiquita Canyon in our orders and final stipulated agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to, just because of the time, I want to try to summarize where I think the board members are right now. What I think I heard from all board members was this is a good first step. And there's good cause to take a good first step. However, it's not a good enough first step. And there are several things that board members have raised that we would like to see as part of the stipulated order. That includes an investigation and a report on best practices, in addition to the consultants that are already in here. If possible, we would like to have, again, we don't have the entity that did this health survey. But if we can get the results of the health survey, we want to have that. And I think that would be very important to be part of this order but again, it would need to be crafted in a way where the parties before us could give it to us. We also heard from Dr. Bernstein, and I think from the senator originally, about additional community outreach. And I think we'd like to see something more about that. I know there is some community outreach with regard to certain things that need to be on a website, but I think we're looking for something a little bit more than that. And then finally, there were all of the issues that have already been raised, trying to tighten those timeframes for those conditions 8 and 12 that actually I think will make a difference, some difference, at least in the interim. And I would like to see a real study or effort of what can be done to move or minimize more that working face, so that there is something that is between this community, which is again the only community. Why it has to be on top of that community, unblocked by anything, is confusing to me. Or what, can we have some kind of suggestion or recommendation for moving that working face more quickly? Like, why does it have to be in cell 6? Can it be moved to cell 8, for example? And can that process be started sooner rather than later? And all of these, I think, fit within our jurisdiction of looking at this through the lens of nuisance. And then the last thing is, again, with the March 15th, 2021 date, not only is that a Monday, I do think it's too long. Not that I want to pull it back if possible, perhaps to, I was thinking around February 23rd. That would be a week after the reports of the consultant have been given over to the district. I think it's 1 week after that. And so that would give some time for all the parties to come together and have another status hearing and find out where are we and what else could be done at that point. So with all of that, Senator, I was going to suggest a continuance of our deliberation where the parties could have some opportunity to discuss those things before we come back. But Senator, you have something else to add?
Put a motion to continue. I'm going to second that motion. and I can tell you why, that the landfill spokesperson gave me the impression they were untouchable. The kind of things they say to the people in the community, you're liars, bullies, that's not very good at all. That's not saying I want to be a good neighbor. Let me just tell you that they're not above the law. We establish rules and regulations so that they can discontinue being a nuisance in the area. That's violating AQMD regulation and the state law as well. The people have expressed genuinely that they are a nuisance, that this caused them major health problems. Now, this is not the first time we talked about health. The doctor was not here before, but we requested and required a health study for the other land operators. So we're not asking for that. We're just asking for the survey. And so we get some idea how adversely health is being affected by the environment caused by this landfill. Sad to say, but obviously they feel more pain than we do. We don't live there, but we're reaching out to help them, hopefully. That's our goal. Thank you.
Thank you. So what the final thing I'd like to say is just a reminder that we have not made a finding of nuisance, nor do we have to or are required to if we're looking at this under the lens of a stipulated order. And currently that is where we are. And I'd like to continue the matter for the parties to come together and discuss what the additional provisions or conditions that the board has very loosely stated we'd like to see, if possible, in this stipulated order, still leaving it as stipulated. But I do also want to mention that the board does always have the power to make a finding. Of course, we would have additional ability for the parties to present additional evidence should they want to, as a contested order for abatement, if we'd like to, and make that finding, and then make our own orders. But I don't want to go to that point. I think that the parties would like to leave this as a stipulated order, and I think the board would too. And so I'd like to propose that we do that. First, I'd like to hear quickly from Ms. Roberts and Mr. Dujinski with regard to whether the parties heard what we've said and can do that and get together, and when, if that's the case, when would be the soonest you think we could continue the matter to hear whatever changes might be proposed, as well as continue our deliberations? I'll start with Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the district certainly does hear the concerns of the board members as expressed. We appreciate your feedback. And we do take that seriously. And I do think the district is in a position that we can take a look at some of these conditions and address some of the concerns that the board members have had. And I think there are some key ways that we can address some of these. I do have to respectfully note that I will personally look into the health study, but I do want to raise at least some concern that as evidence for this hearing was already closed, this, to my understanding, is not a study that was conducted by South Coast AQMD, and I do not necessarily have a witness who could testify to it or introduce it into evidence at this time, and it's not clear, at least until we look into what the scope of that health study is how it would relate directly to AQMD's jurisdiction. So I can't give a firm position on that until we've had time to be able to review that. In terms of when we would continue this hearing, the district is very much of the preference that this would remain a stipulated order, and we would, I think, need to take at least probably through the end of this week to be able to work out some additional changes to the proposed order with Respondents' Council.
And thank you, Ms. Roberts. I just wanted to hear from Mr. Dujinski, Senator, unless there was something you wanted to say.
Very quickly. I'm not asking for a health study. We're asking that the report that's discovered during their investigation, just provide it to AQMD. We didn't
Yeah.
say we have to analyze it.
Yes, and I understand that, Senator, and I'm
I
willing
you did or not.
to look into that, but I can't take a position on that until we've assessed it because it's not a study that our agency has directly
It's a
done.
survey, not a study.
Right,
A
right,
survey.
right.
That's the difference.
But it is thank you for that, Senator. And it is something that I'm hearing that that Ms. Roberts will look into and what is their jurisdiction and will consider along with the other requests that we've made. Mr. Jaginski, does that timing make sense to you? If we can find, I have to look at our calendar and see what our availability is next week. But would that, does that make sense to you, that timing?
Yeah, I think that general timing makes sense. And I would just, also iterate that, it's very much Chiquita's preference to also have this remain stipulated. And, I think we're in a position now that we can work out a lot of these things with district council, and we'll hopefully provide something to the board that it finds acceptable.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I was trying to find, Faye had sent me a calendar snapshot, but I can't find it really quickly. Do you have in front of you what is our schedule for next week?
Yes, I do. Next week, we have a case on Tuesday, the 15th, but it does have an interpreter needed.
Okay, that is one of the interpreter for the dry cleaners.
That is correct.
Okay.
And then on Wednesday, the 16th, we only have one matter on, and that one is a regular variance for Redlands City wastewater.
Okay.
You also have a pre-hearing that day for booster fuels.
Okay.
And then December 17th, you have a regular variance for OC waste and recycling and a status hearing, status and modification for Ralph's Grocery Company.
Okay. It looks to me like Wednesday would be the best day. Is that a day when the parties are available? Miss Roberts? Go ahead, take a moment to check your.
I apologize. Sorry, I was just checking my calendar. Yes, I can make that day work if that's the best day for the board.
Okay, Wednesday.
This is Miss Reichert. I am also available.
Thank you, Miss Reichert. Mr. Jaginski, do you need to check with staff and your calendar as well?
That works for us.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So then I would like to now make a motion to continue this matter to Wednesday, December 16th. And we close the record, and it would be to see the new amended proposed order and to continue our deliberations. And Senator, I believe you said you would second that motion. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay. Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Bernstein?
Aye.
Senator votes yes. I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. This matter is continued to next Wednesday, December 16th. And thank you all for bearing with us during this very long day. And I'm amazed that we got this far, this fast. And again, thank you to every member of the public who showed up and testified, as well as those who are watching on our webcast. And again, we will be back on next Wednesday, the 16th.
There's somebody that has their hand raised. I don't know if that's left over from.
It is somebody, we already took their testimony, Mr. So I'm sure he may want to say something else, but not Mr. Darcy. Darcy is his first name. But we'll have the ability possibly for people who did not speak, who wish to be heard, or on the additions at the next hearing. Okay, any other business board members other than there are documents to make sure you've reviewed? There may be more documents to review for tomorrow because there is an additional declaration that I'm going to review and determine whether I wish to pull or keep matter on consent. And if I'm keeping it on, you will get that declaration. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.
Have a nice night, everybody.
Sorry, real quick question. Will this be the same Zoom for everybody else, the public joining? Will this be the same Zoom?
Madam Clerk, I believe we use the same Zoom. Is that correct? Is that a yes? Yes, yes. Thank you for that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're adjourned.